Guild Wars Reforged. Slightly unfortunate name, but it is what it is. That's just the way it goes, guys. The ArenaNet comeback arc. Ah, dude, Mice, are you ready to go back to Guild Wars 1 HC, bro? We must return to HC. HC hype. Thoughts on the possible Guild Wars 2 killer? What was this? Wait. Oh man. Guys, my voice is actually very rough. Oh. Man, do you know what we need? There's no delay. We need, we might have to do a community management video. We might have to do that. Because we got some issues, guys. Freshness deleted. Oh, it's just my voice is tired, man. Oof. Boys in the chat. Tuh. Buh, maybe even. I heard there was a nuke in chat here yesterday. Wait, what? What do you mean? And there was a bit of drama. There was a little bit of drama that was going on. A slight scuffle, perhaps. You can see the aftermath of it in I guess Mota Discord. It showed up there as well a bit. Well, I'm definitely, look, I'm glad to hear that, Nike, to be honest. I'd be a bit concerned if it was the other way around. They nerfed the man. Yeah, I think the skimmer was like, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty strong. Let's get in there. Right, I need to warm up my voice a little bit, actually, before we do the news. I am going to do the news today, guys. I'm not scamming you. I'm not, like, stalling forever. But you can hear I'm just a little bit croaky right now because of all the, because of all the yelling that I've been doing. Oof. Voice messed up? Nah. Well, I've got the tail end. I've got a tail end of a cold, which is not helping. And I've just been, obviously, talking a lot. And a little bit low on sleep as well. So it's kind of a bit of a deal, you know, a bit of a combo. Couple of things. Oh, getting a cold. Look, honestly, on Mota day one, guys, man, I was feeling rough, dude. Like, I managed to push through it. I don't think it came across too much on stream, but oof, man, I was having a tough time on the Saturday, actually. Really unlucky, really poor timing. I caught a cold literally like the 2 days before the tournament. Well, no, 1 day. It was like 1 day before the tournament even. It was very inconvenient. Community cops. We do need a community. We do need. Look, ArenaNet need a community cop because okay, let me tell you the situation, guys. Okay, so, man, I need to find the paper trail for this actually. But basically, there was a comment made by a dev somewhere that implied that there was a balance patch today on the 18th. Now, that appears to have been a miscommunication. You know, maybe that wasn't what was intended. Maybe that wasn't, you know, maybe that was too early to say. Whatever. And, well, you know, long story short, there was no balance patch today, obviously, right? I think there was just a couple of, like, minor tweaks, essentially, in the patch. And, well, yeah. This has obviously disappointed people a little bit. This has obviously stressed people out. There's some discourse, there's some frustration going on here. And that's obviously less than ideal. Now, the reason why I think this is something kind of like, I guess, worth talking about quite a bit is because obviously things are pretty out of whack right now in multiple game modes in terms of balance, which is that's not a problem really. That's just, you know, it's a new expansion, stuff's going to be OP. It's not a big deal. But what is kind of a big deal is that this was like kind of like an unforced error from ArenaNet, if that makes any sense. Like, this situation should never have happened. Like, right now, Grouch, who is the game director for Guild Wars 2, is doing damage control on Reddit, trying to calm people down. In my mind, that is a really undesirable state of affairs. Like, because if people have, you know, if ArenaNet had said, yeah, there's going to be a balance patch on December 9th earlier, and this had been, like, more clearly communicated, I really don't think this would have been a problem. People might have grumbled, like, oh, you know, 6 weeks of broken specs, grumble. But at the end of the day, it would have been, in my opinion, completely fine. Like, it would not have been an issue. But because all of the communication gets done a lot of the time in kind of back channels, Twitch chat, Discord servers, all that kind of stuff, it leads to ambiguity, and it leads to situations like this. It's not the first time this has happened. It's definitely not the last time this will happen as well. And look, it really is a big problem. Like, it is a problem that this keeps happening. No, guys, we are, no, I want to be more precise here. I want to be more precise. I am not talking about the comms from Extra Life. The Extra Life clip is actually irrelevant. It was implied to people that there was a balance patch coming on the 18th, much before, long before the Extra Live stream. I will actually check my Discord DMs to confirm when. Because I do actually have someone who I was talking to with it about. I will not leak who, obviously. This was actually as far back as the 5th that people were already aware of this, guys. The 5th of November, people were under the impression that there was a balance patch coming on the 18th, to be clear. So I am not talking about the comms on Extra Life. The comms on Extra Life, I don't think were problematic. It was just like, yeah, there's a patch on the 18th and there's a couple of tweaks, right? Like that's not problematic at all. Yeah. So there's a balance patch. Well, because right now, obviously the game is, if you take, you know, if you're a sweat, the game's a bit weird. Especially, honestly, especially in PvE. In PvE, the new specs are just ridiculously broken. Yo, Hatad, tier billion, nice. The X Live Stream was the latest communication. Yeah, the X Live Stream was the latest communication, yeah. buff the broken specs. Yeah, maybe they should. Maybe they should. ArenaNet killed the mirror farm. I'll try it. I will try it to see how it goes. What do you think about Reforged? I think Reforged is really interesting. Like, because it really says to me that ArenaNet, well, look, I view all of this in the context of, I think Guild Wars 3 is a thing. You got to bear that in mind, guys. Like, that's how I kind of view, I view the game through that lens. And to me, it really says that ArenaNet are actually looking to be potentially maintaining all three of these products at the same time. Because if they're looking at Guild Wars 1 and going, okay, what can we do to support this product long term? They're absolutely thinking about doing the same for Guild Wars 2, like, and Guild Wars 3 at the same time, which I actually really like. Like, I would not be surprised if they did actually kind of consider adding content to Guild Wars 1 as well over time. Yeah, we'll go and do some HC stuff. I'm glad you enjoyed the Zero to Hero. I imagine what happened, by the way, guys, is I bet you that their anniversary event made them a bit of cash and got them some engagement. They thought, hold on a minute. That's actually not a bad idea because the game is good. Like, Guild Wars 1 holds up pretty well, in my opinion. We don't have no idea if they're making another Guild Wars 2 expansion. Yeah, we'll have to wait for the next studio update for that. The next studio update is actually what I would refer to, guys, as the hidden nuke. Because if there's no mention of a Guild Wars 2 expansion, that is very, very interesting. And you know what they say, guys? They do say that the hidden nuke is the deadliest. Boom. They wouldn't just not say it's the last expect. I mean, they definitely would. Why would you ever say that? Like, communicating that is insane. Boom. This guy just got deleted. Good evening, Burr Alive. Is something massive to leave out with the matchmaking? I think they just tidied it up a bit. And, you know, renamed it so it's not beta, so it doesn't look spooky. Power build? Yeah, power it, yeah. You want slop? You'll get your slop, guys. Don't worry about that. You'll get your slop. It's over. It's fucking over. It's not over. I think I should rally here. I don't have any oh, I have a scrapper in my sub, but I don't have any stability. Doesn't feel good. Or be all copium, so we'll see. Well, I mean, we'll see. Well, the thing is, last X-Fact doesn't mean, look, I need to actually do that Guild Wars 3 video, but I'm almost tempted to wait for the studio update now. Like, I actually have the video. It's basically done. Like, I can, like, drop it on the same day as the studio update if I wanted to. But I just haven't found like a good time to release it. Like, because I almost want to wait for the studio update so we can like have a proper talk about it, because it will spark a lot of discussion in my opinion when that comes out. Well, either way actually, because if they do confirm another one, that's really interesting, and if they don't, that's also very interesting. Studio update soon, probably as they go off for their winter break in December. So we probably have to wait about another month. In fact, it might drop. I wonder if it drops on December 9th, because that's the next patch. It could be December 9th, actually. Or maybe the week after. When do they normally go on break? Guild Wars 2.5 Reforged. Look, I'm going to be honest with you here, guys. I am going to be honest with you. I don't know what they were thinking when they called it Reforged. Like, seriously, of all the adjectives you could use, you had to pick that one. I'm not getting that, to be honest, guys. I don't know. I'm not sure what the thought process is. I wasn't in on the meeting, but I would not have called it Guild Wars Reforged. Yeah. What's wrong about it? Because it's like the same naming pattern as Warcraft 3 Reforged, which is one of the most disastrous remakes ever. Incredible. Be a fresh start. Nah, it's not fresh. Fresh would be kind of hype, though. What are you talking about? Guild Wars 1 remastered. Well, Reforged, rather. It's not a remaster. Look, I'm also going to say this. Guys, people who want a remaster are cooked. The graphics should stay as they are. It's iconic. I like it how it is. Zealot written World vs. World? I wouldn't play it there. Don't do that. Not the way. Wait, what is this React? What's the React content? Wait, what the hell is this? Sorry, but you picked the wrong profession to play in my squad. I want fast and good clears anymore, and the new specs offer so much more of that compared to the old, I'm not willing to compromise anymore. Imagine taking a Mechanist at 37k, when I can instead take an Evoker at 62k, or a Q Herald instead of a Q Ritualist. Of course, I'll make an exception for healers. Chrono and Drone are too good to leave out. Old specs need not apply. I suggest you swap or find a group that enjoys carrying dead weight. Go play WoW 0 out of 10. But you know what's really fucking funny, guys? Is that WoW is like 50 times less funny about what class you play than Guild Wars 2. that this comment is a meme. Yes, Chef, I'm gonna love my retulous rotation, Chef. See, this guy is engaging with it well. You're a random... Oh, no. People are getting baited pretty hard by this, guys. Incredible. Yeah, people are getting baited hard here, guys. They're getting baited hard by this thread. It's a good one. That's a big hit. Why'd you play shared DPS when you have double DPS? Yes, exactly. How is it a meme when pretty much all World vs. World guilds ask for meta builds only? Well, no, because the thread is a troll thread. That's why it's a meme. The thread is trolling. But I mean, yeah. Like, if you play in a guild, people are gonna expect you to, you know, play a build that makes sense. Especially in World vs. World, actually. World vs. World is arguably one of the more meta-strict game modes, actually. I think it actually is the most meta-strict, in a weird way. Because of the way the game mode works. Like, you know, everyone is like working together, so it's almost like a force multiplier. Like, if you have like a really mishmash comp, you're like way weaker. Like, you're very, very weak compared to if you have a more focused and specialized composition. So like having having a lot of basically the way World vs. World works, it very heavily incentivizes everyone having like a standardized block that you repeat. Right, like, and you have like a couple of utility things and you repeat the same block because then everyone synergizes together. You know, as always, the meta is more flexible than you might think, actually. But the interesting thing about World vs. World is that if you want to play off meta, it kind of requires that everyone commits to it. Like a comparison about this, by the way, in PvE is that this is kind of interesting, guys. Like if everyone ran like 10 hybrid builds, like Celestial Scourge, Celestial Spectre, Celestial Firebrand, like stuff like that, the win rate on raids would skyrocket. But here's the thing, that type of strategy is only good if everyone buys in. If you have like 2 or 3 Selly builds, it's like very meh. It's not good. In fact, it's worse, quite a bit worse actually. But if you have 10 people doing it, it's actually insane. But the problem is that it kind of requires everyone to like buy in, if that makes any sense. It's the same in World vs. World. You actually could come up with some like really different approaches to World vs. World if you wanted to, like different comps and stuff, but everyone needs to buy in. Otherwise it doesn't really work that well. You can do it in roaming though, like, because then it's easier to get people to buy in, like a smaller group, like 5 to 10 people. Then you can make some kind of weird stuff work and some different stuff work. But again, just because of the nature of how the game mode works, you kind of want everyone doing the same thing. Not even really because of balance. It's actually a more complex meta issue. Like, the reason you play everything the same is so that everyone almost like has the same cooldowns, has the same capabilities. Here's a good example. Let's say that subgroup 2 has access to super speed, but subgroup 3 doesn't. Can you see how that's a major problem? Because that means when subgroup 2 uses their super speed, they will leave subgroup 3 behind. Yeah? Do you see how that could be a really big problem, guys? And it's kind of the same thing, right? It's why you end up with like very standardized blocks in World vs. World, because if you have mismatched capabilities in your subgroups, can actually lead to like really major issues. Because one group will just do something that the other group can't. You'll get split up and die, yeah? It's similar in PvE actually, but more related to like encounter specific stuff, right? And strategy. A little pull here. Oh shit. Why is Core Warrior so good? I think it's level 3 Spear Burst is kind of beast mode. The builds are much stronger? Oh, they absolutely are. Like, the builds are way stronger. But what I was talking about was that the post is a troll post, right? Like, the guy is trolling. And that's fine. I think it's funny, but, like, just be aware that post is a troll. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like, you know, I'm putting up the warning sign, right? Like, you know, here be trolls or whatever. But you have to be aware. Look, basically, I'm being the perception police, right? Over here in this stream, we like to be the perception police sometimes. And this is one of those moments. Provider Agents and Demand was garbage. And yeah, and you know what okay, that is a great example. And you know what? This is so cool, right? Druid is actually insanely strong, but you actually won't see it as often as Chrono, I feel like. Like, heal Chrono is like the really big giga pick. Why? Why is heal Chrono the giga pick? Even though it's not necessarily optimal everywhere. It is optimal in a lot of places, that helps it. But it's because Chrono works everywhere. It can do everything. Whereas Druid, its stability is somewhat mediocre. Its Aegis is somewhat mediocre. It's not as universal as Chrono, which is why it actually has a lot more popularity. Like, despite the fact that it can be very, very strong. This is true of a lot of healers, by the way. Chrono isn't just the most popular healer because it's OP. It is OP. But even if it wasn't OP, it would still remain very popular purely because of its versatility. No YouTube stream? Oh, I forgot to turn it on. Now it's here. Boom, there you go. A real PvP patch soon. We don't know for sure, Goku, or exactly how big it's going to be or what it's going to look like. But I believe Grouch has confirmed on Reddit that there's a patch on the 9th. How hard is Chrono to learn base not masking the Necro builds? I think Heal Chrono is genuinely one of the easiest builds to play in the game, straight up. It is ridiculously easy. It has a lot of mastery though. There's a lot of utility, a lot of like stuff you can get out of it, portals, right? Rifle 5 portal as well as the second portal, using continuum shift effectively and so on. But baseline difficulty, it is one of the easiest builds you will ever play. I actually do not have the correct abilities at all. And you know what? That's not good, guys. I also have the wrong settings, and I haven't been bothered to change them yet. Easier than Firebrand? Definitely, yeah. It's much easier than Firebrand, I would say. How much time is recommended to spend for a fresh player in Guilty to buy the commander tag? Should I get one instead of make subgroups that people announcing their build? Oh no, just get it. Honestly, look, I don't think I'm not sure if I ever made a video explicitly talking about this, but the commander tag is literally the best 300 gold you will ever spend. It's all downhill from there. Like, no legendary, no perma contract, no gem store purchase will ever give you the quality of life that having a com is. Like, it's incomparable. Make your group for any time. Oh, you're on a dead map? Not anymore, you're not. Oh, there's no groups in the strike mission elegy for Icebrood Saga 5. Well, now there is, right? Etc, etc, etc. It is the best utility. Buy it as soon as possible. Look, this is crazy, guys. Look, think about what, okay. I actually want to use what you said there as like a really interesting example, Krito KX9. You are asking me, I would like, should I have the ability to make groups? And I'm not, look, I don't blame you for feeling this way because the Guild Wars 2 community has unfortunately like mystified the art of making groups like more than anything else. But guys, I want to be very clear. I have just been asked, should I unlock the ability to make groups in an MMO, right? The answer to that question is yes. Again, the parallel of this is like, imagine, going to WoW or Final Fantasy and asking like, or it being like a question, like, oh, should I unlock the ability to make groups? And to be clear, I'm not trying to pick fun at you here, Karita KX9. I actually have a lot of empathy for you because I know exactly how you feel. I know exactly why you feel, and also your perspective is incredibly common. Like this is how people feel about this in Guild Wars 2, and it's a really big problem. It's not your fault either, by the way. It's very much the fault of, well, ArenaNet for putting it behind gold, making it feel really, really special, and the community for making it seem like it's fucking impossible to make groups and like run your own squad in this game. I had a lot of commander anxiety. That's completely understandable, and I really want to clarify it's not your fault. That's a very common experience. I would say almost universal, actually. And I promise you'll do well. You'll be absolutely fine. Like, any issue that you might run into will always be solvable by communication. Like, if you're not sure what people are playing, ask, right? Like, nobody's going to be upset at that whatsoever. Trust me, I do it all the time. And I'm like, okay, come on, who's giving quickness then? Who's healing, right? Blah, 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 blah. Like, any problem that you might run into, it's not going to be an issue. It's not going to cause you problems. You can just talk to people. It will be completely fine. Doesn't it come with responsibilities? Of course it does. Being the group leader is a responsibility, but I mean, it's not like crazy or anything. You just have to, I mean, it depends what we even mean by this. In a way, not really, to be honest. Like, your responsibility is basically make subgroups, maybe. In open world, no one cares. In fractals, you need to make sure that there's a healer and that someone's giving quick and someone's giving a lack. And then, in strikes, kind of like the same thing twice. But, I mean, you just talk to people, right? There's a bit more responsibility to it in world versus world. That's for sure. Dude, I was not feeling the boons there. I'm on the commander tag? Nah, not really. The hardbar's knowing the switch to the encounter, right? You don't need to know that. Look, okay, you guys have watched me pug. You guys have watched me pug on stream. How many times have I typed out raid mechanics? Or strike mechanics? Like, when is this a thing? Like, when does this happen? It doesn't happen. When's the last time you pug raids? Fairly recently, actually. I did some on this character to farm some gold. The events run themselves. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I mean, though. People like pretend like there's this kind of crazy responsibility you have with a com, but you really don't. Guys, it's like making a group, yeah? It's like making a group in another MMO. Like, seriously, in what other game? Like, dude, like, people don't feel this way in other games. I mean, like, again, it's kind of ArenaNet's fault, to be honest, like, for not, like, reforming the system, reforging even. But it is what it is. Let's go my best purchase, yeah? Oh, yeah, okay, I did, yeah. Good job, past me. You did a good job there. I have zero clue what's going on. Yeah, this is how it always goes, by the way. Look, I'm not going to pretend that MMO communities are perfect, guys. There's assholes everywhere. But I have never experienced a community where this isn't the case. Like, if you just go in and ask people stuff, nobody cares, right? Like, the only time you're gonna run into issues is if you join, like, a farm group as a noob. People are not gonna be happy if you do that. The tank shyness in 14, where I thought the tank would really mess with my group and Reds, you get over it. I mean, that's always the case. It's the same. It's like the same with healers in Guild Wars 2 and tanks in WoW, and that's like a hard problem to solve. Like, it is kind of a numbers game, right? The thing is, right, there's 3 DPS players and 1 tank, so no matter what happens, the tank's mistakes are always going to be more impactful. It's the same in Guild Wars, right? Like, if you're tanking, your mistakes are just like 50 times more relevant than everyone else's. Like, if you're a DPS in Guild Wars 2, you're basically a leech. Like, you're just like attached onto the healer's body, basically, as they drag you through the content. It's hard to solve that. But that's true in WoW as well. Like, you know, there's a reason why so many more people play DPS and Mythic Plus and raids than the tank. It's because the tank's mistakes just matter more. That's just the way it is. Because of just the numbers. It's not even the nature of the role, really. It's just the numbers game. Like, if it was the other way around and you had like 3 tanks and 1 DPS in some kind of weird way, it would be inverted. I don't know what the encounter design would look like there, but it is what it is. FPS you have in Wolves or blob fights? When we're about to find out, maybe. Content purchase? No. The commander thugs should just basically make it public. You should be able to do private groups, baseline, and have all the commander tag features. Pulling off good pauses is way harder than providing value support. That is true, but the thing is that doing good pauses is just not that important a lot of the time. The only time actually doing good DPS is if there's a DPS check, which is almost never. Although I will say, it is very difficult to understand. It's not obvious the difference between like a good support player and an amazing support player. You can feel the difference. It's very difficult to tell. Like, providing value as a support is very easy, it's true, but actually playing correctly is not. Meant to know the free version of the tag? No, it's useless. I'm caught. Guild Wars 1 isn't a trauma. How much group content is there? It's like a lobby game. I would call it an MMO, right? Some people wouldn't, I would. To be honest, I think it's a silly distinction to make. It is an online game. You play with other people, or you can play with the AI, right? Like, either works. In my mind, Guild Wars 1 is an MMO. I guess some people don't think so, but fuck them, who cares? Oh yeah, this is gonna be rough. Not gonna let Planix die again? Listen, I will defend him from the hoppers. Oh, and also, yeah, to finish the point about healers versus DPS, again, I wasn't talking about, like, difficulty there even. I was talking about mistakes mattering, right? So, to contextualize this further, the difference between a DPS player doing 50k DPS and 40k DPS is fundamentally nothing. Those two players are the same, essentially. It's not that important to the success of the encounter, right? But if a tank fucks up a mechanic, the raid is over a lot of the time. That's the difference. And that's why people prefer one or the other. Like, obviously, they're both difficult to play correctly, right? You know, they're very hard to play correctly, right? DPS and support. But it's more like, how much do your mistakes, how, like, impactful are your mistakes? It's kind of true for, like, special roles too. Yeah, like hand kiting is a good example. I play Heal Scourge, but everything on CD for 90% of the role. I mean, Heal Scourge is actually pretty brain dead these days. I actually do still think it is one of the harder healers to actually play effectively because it's very reliant on barrier. But yeah, it's 50 times more brain dead now because it's way spammier and you don't have the transfusion pull anymore. So yeah, Heal Scourge, it's very interesting actually. Like, I think Heal Scourge became like infinitely less skill expressive after the reworks. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, guys. I kind of feel that about the game in general to an extent. Like, Guild Wars 2 has become like a easier game over time. But that's also my perspective, because a lot of the difficulty in Guild Wars 2 is actually in dexterity now. You just need to be able to press your buttons fast, right? I don't find that particularly difficult. But I know that a lot of people do, so it's kind of like something to kind of bear in mind there. I'm stunned. It's over. Kill this guy. XDDD. Oh, we have more. This is bad, actually. We can't fight those reinforcements. Dude, I am not... my stability just does not exist, like, straight up. It's fucking over, man. Tier list slot. Well, we have to wait for the balance patch. I should be able to teleport to freedom here. Are you kidding me? What do you think of Power Grid as a way to make all the content more accessible? I mean, it's semi-intentional. It's the vertical progression thing, yeah. Like, I don't like it because I would want it to be preserved. I don't like power creep at all. It makes the game less fun for me, but it definitely has its benefits. Heal Paragon's the new Heal Chrono. You know, I wasn't super impressed with Heal Paragon, actually. It's certainly not bad, but I don't know, maybe it's because I'm like, whenever I compare a healer, I kind of compare it to what's already in the game. Like, Heal Paragon's not bad at all, right? But it just didn't impress me that much. I like it. I like it in World vs. World. Not so much in PvE. I think Goku's build looked really fun as well in PvP. So I think I guess I like Heal Paragon in competitive, but not so much in yeah, not so much in PvE. New Guild Spec, it's good. Or the new bit from New World. Nah, a lot of the changes they're making to the game have been going in this direction for a like long time. They are basically trying to fix all of the issues with the game, just in general. That's kind of like part of their like a major part of their design philosophy right now, is trying to like address problematic issues, which there are many of, as you might expect for a long-running game. New World thing is just a coincidence. Yeah, that is ambitious, to be honest. That's not gonna work. How easy is it to get into raiding Guild Wars 2? I'd say pretty easy. Like as long as you're willing to learn and put some effort in, it's easy. Like finding groups is annoying, but you just do it through Discord these days, really. All content unlocked on what? Reforged is not a relaunch of the game, guys. It's the same game, they're just updating it. It's not fresh. Oh, we got reinforcements, nice. What's new with the game, Guild Wars 1? They're just like updating it a little bit, and also kind of preparing it for the future. Like this is like, in my opinion, this is like a big thing that ArenaNet are doing right now. Like ArenaNet are all about like preparing Guild Wars 1 and 2 for the future, pretty much. Like is what's going on. Do you feel because you're a partner, you're obligated to have a positive opinion of most major game updates? Check my content history for your answer on that one. Guild Wars maintenance mode. Dude, why have they called it that? We're taking Guild Wars 1 out of maintenance mode, boys. Log in. Do you feel like your input is taken more seriously? The partner program is okay, so the partner program is not really about like feedback. The partner program is basically a way to be nice, very nice in fact, to people who like care about the game and like make content for the game. Like, obviously I interact with devs, but and I'm sure that, you know, the devs watch videos and like watch content and so on, and they'll use that in their they'll use that to formulate their opinion. But it's not like you know, the devs are at my beck and call, right? The developers will look at a wide range of sources to like understand where people are at and then make decisions based off that, right? Running comments thinking the Guild 2 won't be an instant ban when Guild 2 comes out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, for sure. I think they're very... They've talked about it a little bit. Like, I think Colin said this on an extra live stream last year, in fact, that if they could do it again, they wouldn't have abandoned Guild Wars 1. I think they really want to set that precedent that Guild Wars 2 won't be abandoned when they release 3. Renaming Guild Wars into Reforged to go Guild Wars 3 Guild Wars. That'd be weird, I think. But I don't know. Guild Wars 2 has run its course. It's actually sad. I don't even entirely disagree with that, but that's actually a really depressing thought for me. Like, Guild Wars 2 for me just really is, it is the game that never was, and it still is. Which is all the more messed up in my opinion, but yeah, it really is the game that never was. Because do you know what I was thinking? You know what I was thinking, guys, when I was watching Master of the Arena? Yesterday, well, not yesterday rather, but over the weekend, I was like, man, this actually is by far the best arena-based PvP mode in any game that has ever been made, right? Like that's what I was thinking, guys. And I'll admit, I actually, even though the games are really exciting, I actually felt a deep sense of melancholy. I'm being very serious, by the way. This is not a joke. To be clear, this is not a joke. This is not a joke. And I actually felt very melancholy during the tournament because of that, because I realized that, oh shit, this really was it, wasn't it? Like, this actually was the game. This could have been the game, but it just didn't work out. That is kind of heartbreaking in a way, right? And that, yeah, again, this is not a joke. I actually do think that. Yeah, really sad. Okay. Any splinter weapons? Oh boy. I think I should really have spear on, to be honest. I'm not sure if that's really the way. Well, spear's decent, I guess. Ah, that was bad. No, I didn't think the question was weird at all. It's a good question. It's an interesting question. That's why I answered it. A polite way of putting ArenaNet not doing enough. I actually really dislike that framing. I would like to do like a Guild Wars 2 documentary video at some point, but I actually really dislike that framing because I view that as very hostile to the game devs. I think hindsight is 2020. It is very obvious to us now that what ArenaNet did wasn't good, but I really don't think it was that obvious in the moment. So I actually really resist that framing of the game's development history. Isn't readable enough for the general audience, not enough balance patches. MLG, I think you mean ESL, but weirdly enough, I don't really think those are the, well, I mean, the balance thing is kind of an issue. What did they do? You didn't agree with? It's not even that I didn't agree with, actually. I just think there was some missteps. Like, for example, the biggest problem that Guild Wars 2 has ever had was actually the development the macro development strategy. And by the way, I'm not saying I disagree with this. I'm saying that this strategy failed. So they wanted to do like no expansions, right? They wanted to do no expansions with bi-weekly updates, right? Like that was the initial development strategy for the game. And that was like ludicrously ambitious, like fucking shoot for the stars, like batshit crazy. And basically it didn't work. And to be honest, that was bad, right? And then they ended up doing expansions afterwards, but obviously it was kind of scuffed, right? And they never really hit their stride. They just didn't really hit their stride with development. They struggled to manage multiple game modes as well, a lot. And then I think they also really struggled with monetization. Weirdly enough, they didn't do enough of it. They didn't monetize the game very aggressively at all. Like, for example, the game is basically making more money now than it was since I think the game is making about the same amount of cash now as it was during EOD, which is crazy because there were like more people playing back then. And it was even comparable to like Living World Season 3 and 4, even though there were like way more people playing back then. So like they just didn't monetize nearly enough. They gave all their content away for free, and they didn't have a clear development plan for the game. And GG, that's game over. Fully free-to-play game without pay-to-win was a mistake. No, I disagree with that. Like, the game, I don't want to use the word pay-to-win, but money buys you enough money buys you crazy progress in this game. Why do you think you can buy the new legendary on the TP, guys? Why is this tradable? I'll tell you why. Because people are buying this with real money. That's why. I disagree. The game is, again, I don't want to use the term pay to win. It's not useful here, but you can pay to get progress in this game very effectively. Very effectively. I always tell the story. A couple of guys came over from BDO, some of my friends, a guy called Envy. People who play BDO might have heard of him. Enviously is his name on Twitch. And him and his buddies came over. And some of his guys were like proper BDO guys. He was telling me that one of his buddies dropped $250,000 on BDO, so 250K on BDO. He himself hadn't spent quite that much, but obviously did spend a fair bit of cash on BDO. And guys, week 1, they had every legendary that was purchasable. Chak, egg sack, every infusion, every skin, arbitrary amounts of gold, because they like started playing the game and like week 1 we're dropping like 5 figures on it. It's actually insane. Like some of these people, guys, are fucking lunatics. I wish I had that much money. I wish I could do that. That's based. Like rocking up to a game week 1, you're dropping 5 figures, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Like, get me some of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. How much is 5K gold in USD? Good question. I'll crunch numbers for you on efficiency. Let's see how much. 5,000 gold, about 161 USD. Oh, actually, no, that's not entirely correct. Let me see. It's actually over 200. It's 200, about 240 USD to buy that legendary. No, I completely agree, Robert. Not really. Yeah, not certain the content was the mistake. I'm just curious. It's actually really interesting to think about. Like, I wonder what the correct business model for Guild Wars 2 is. Like, what is the correct business model for Guild Wars 2? Like, because, well, the obvious answer is sub fee, actually. Like, because I think that is the quote-unquote correct business model for MMOs that makes the most sense. But how do you run a buy-to-play game? Because a core identity is no sub fee. We can't have a sub fee, guys. Like, I almost felt you have to have some kind of ESO approach, where you have like an optional sub that gets you all the content. I think we talked about this the other day, guys. And listen, please listen to what I say here. Like, I actually think an ArenaNet version of a sub fee would actually be good. So basically, the game is exactly as it is now, like no changes. But there's an additional way to purchase the game. You can pay, like, let's say $10 a month, and it will slowly unlock the content. So in other words, you pay $10 up front, it unlocks the entire game. Every X pack, you get all of that, as long as you have the sub. But let's say after 1 month, it permanently unlocks HOT. After 2 months, Living Story Season 3. 3 months, Path of Fire. Do you see what I'm getting at here, guys? Do you guys hear what I'm saying? So in other words, you have a very cheap buy-in. You buy into Guild Wars 2 for $10, right? But if you keep playing, it will unlock the entire game. Yeah? Does that make sense, guys? But to be clear, I am also saying leave the game as is. So in other words, you can still buy the expansions individually if you prefer that, but there's also this cheaper buy-in option as well. Is it one with the like pacing? No. When you have the sub, you have everything. But what I'm saying is that while you have the sub, you're paying off the expansions. What are we solving here? What are we solving? The problem is that because of the way Guild Wars 2 works, the buy-in price is actually kind of scary. It's one of the most common points of feedback I get, is that the buy-in price is kind of weird for Guild Wars 2. And let's be honest, it is. Buying all of Guild Wars 2 is about, like, you know, what? 150 USD, 200 USD even, to buy all of it? That's kind of a lot. So the goal, you know, the goal of this will be to reduce the buy-in. Does the sub end? Yeah, the sub just ends. You know, you're not paying for anything anymore. So boom, no sub. Because you've got the game, right? You've successfully purchased the game. Good job. Oh, that was a really bad Nightfall. Press that a little bit. I kind of did not mean to press it there. Unlucky. And also, I guess the Prime. You get X gems per month. I mean, just buy gems. WoW's model works surprisingly well. Yeah, but we're trying it with no sub, right? Because I think a really big part of ArenaNet's identity as a company is that there's no sub fee, which I think is fair. I think that's a good goal to have, right? To be different in the industry. So it'd have to be like without an actual subscription fee for the game. The people that can't afford to 150 USD for all that content, would pay for a monthly fee. That's not what we're saying here. Like, so let me ask you the question, Melmy Gold. If you were trying a new game, would you rather play $10 and try everything, or potentially wager $150, right? Like, on the game? Like, which one of those is gonna be like more appealing, right? Well, it's disgraceful. Yeah, Blizzard don't give a fuck because they don't really have any competition. They did temporarily with Final Fantasy, but not anymore really, because they fixed the game. So I was saying Sublet. Well, the thing is, I'm speaking purely speculative. I do actually read YouTube chat. I'm speaking purely speculative, by the way, guys. It will never happen now. This would have had to have been. How would it have gone from launch, if that makes any sense? You play Guild Wars Reforged? Wait, do people think that Guild Wars Reforged is fresh? I think they do, don't they? Wait, yeah, yes, guys. I already have played Guild Wars 1 Reforged. It's called Guild Wars 1. Yeah, people think it's fresh, don't they? I think people are coming... I've had a couple of people in chat talk about fresh, but it's not fresh, guys. It's just they're just basically like starting to develop the game again. The tech was pretty impressive in Moto 3, dude. So much stuff didn't even make it. Like you have no wait, what the fuck? Wait, why is my thing broken? My alt tab thing. It's cocked. Give me one sec. We're good. Yeah, it's a shame. But look, dude, do you know what would have been fucking based? Okay, I'll tell you what would have been based, guys. Like, if ArenaNet had popped off and provided competition to WoW, okay, as like top MMO, then Blizzard wouldn't be able to be so greedy and get away with it. But yeah, but I guess basically, here's the deal. The free version, even HTTP, should be enough to know if you like it, right? Yeah, but it in my opinion, look, do you know why I didn't go into ESO, Trinzel? Okay, I'm one of the people I'm talking about here. Some of my friends wanted to play ESO because we were all stopping playing Guild Wars 2 as our main game. And I went to the ESO website. I looked at like the 17 different expansions it wanted me to buy. I was like, yeah, nah, I can't be bothered. I'm not messing with this. No thanks. And funny enough, do you know where I went, guys? I went to WoW, right? One price, click buy, login. Well, wasn't I? It wasn't, yeah, you had to buy all of them previously, but they realized that was dumb. Now DSO is different. Yeah, this was ages ago. This is a very long time ago, guys. Guild Wars 2's DLC system is also pretty dumb. Well, I mean, that's what we're talking about. We're talking, if someone was asking me, like, why do I think that Guild Wars 2 is like the game that never was? Like, what did they do that went wrong? And I was explaining that at the end of the day, it's like the plan. The really issue that has, the big issue that's always plagued Guild Wars 2, it hasn't even really been like development direction or this or that. It's just been like macro strategy. All content in the experience are completely dime. It's actually not, that's actually not true. Fully enough, like when you wander around in the world, you actually do see people in all the content and you can still go and farm it, but that's also not relevant. That's just the way the game is, right? It's irrelevant. Like, I'm serious. Okay, I like, connect those two ideas together. People always say this, but it's not important. Because how is what you just said in any way related to the problem, right, that we're having here? The answer is, it isn't, but yeah. It's just not relevant. That's why I love Classic. I mean, I don't know, yeah, it kind of sucks, but the thing is, like, Defunks, okay, let me put it to you like this. WoW right now releases too much content for me. Like, I actually am not comfortable with how much there is to do in the game. Like, I feel very pressured. And I end up having to put in like a huge amount of time. It's like very stressful in order to play the game. So that kind of like fixes it for me. Vertical progression. It's actually nothing to do with vertical progression. It's just, I'm just talking about content. As in, like, you know, the raid releases, dungeon releases, expansion releases. There's like zero fucking downtime. Also, like, it's kind of like another thing as well. It's because the game is like hard as well. It's like very competitive. No issues keeping up. You got, it's interesting. You guys think I'm more talking about progression, don't you? Yeah, you do. I'm not talking about progression, guys. Progression in WoW is trivial. It's very easy. Like, you know, it's not that hard to like gear multiple characters even. I'm talking about doing stuff like pushing Mythic Plus and competitive raiding. The band's not around add-ons playing the game for you? No, it's not. And also, what are you going to say in Midnight? Because it's not going to be different in Midnight. It's going to be the same thing. The raids are still going to be really hard, right? It's still going to be like very difficult to be competitive because the game is competitive. And also, if add-ons play the game for you, wouldn't it be easy? Wouldn't it be easy in that case? A weekly, bi-weekly event for each X-Pack. Yeah. Season of the Dragons was a massive win. They should do it again for sure. Do you think ArenaNet will ever admit not adding infinitely scaling dungeon fractal mode and boss kill the endgame PvE scene? I think it was a mistake to not make it infinite, yeah. And to make it finite instead. Dude, YouTube won the dude list. Shout out to YouTube, nice. Why doesn't it feel like MMO? Yeah, I mean, this is like the really unfortunate thing. Like, Guild Wars 2 is like easily the best MMO systemically. It's not even close, actually, in my opinion. The problem is that, well, yeah. The problem is that, like, systems are not the only good thing about MMOs. Or like, not the only important thing. Systems are important, but they're not the only thing that's important. There's also well, and again, like I'm like, you know, very I'm a very small sector of the player base, but the thing is, guys, I like competition, right? I like competition. I like esports. I like playing hardcore. So I'm also a very niche player, right? But you can see how I might have some issues with Guild Wars 2, and you can see how WoW might make me happy, right? Because even though I do think that you know, WoW is ultimately a systemically worse game, it does what I want it to do, right? Like, that's like a kind of key thing. It provides the environment I'm looking for, if that makes any sense, guys. Can I skip any add-on? Get them all. You'll want them all eventually, but yeah, you can jump straight into Visions of Eternity. That's fine. I still feel has it. You know, in a weird way, I think it's superficial though, Dobby Time, actually. Like, I actually feel the opposite, in my opinion. Like, WoW feels like 50 times more social to me. Like, you know, like, people are constantly talking about the game. People are excited about what's happening next. There's competition, there's esports, people care, people are invested, right? Like, there's drama, there's chaos, right? There's madness all the time. Like, in Guild Wars 2, so I think you're right, actually, but for me, it's surface level. Like, I think WoW on the surface doesn't feel like a game, but the community does. Guild Wars 2 is the inverse. I think on the surface, Guild Wars 2 is like 1,000,000 times more of an MMO than WoW could ever be, really, outside of Classic. Classic does this really well, too. But I think under the surface, it's much less of an MMO than World of Warcraft. Inside the game, yeah, but for me, like, the game includes that. Right, and I think that like, for me, that is the same thing. Like, all of that stuff is inside the game. The game is the community to me. I don't draw a distinction. How's the new X-Pack? It's excellent. It's the best one since End of Dragons. Chores already got the absurd. Wait, WoW? I mean, maybe before, but not really anymore. It's like very easy to keep up. Is who's playing the game? Bunch of balding middle-aged men who enjoy add-ons. Oh, dude. You know, in a lot of ways, I actually feel bad for you, Rank 1 E-Data, because you actually think that WoW is going to change when Midnight comes out. Oh boy. A lot of people are in for a very rude awakening, because when the add-ons are gone and the culture stays exactly the same, that's unfortunate. You see more Twitch streamers? No, it's actually not that, DB Times. It's more than that. It's the discussion. It's how social the game is, how much people care about the game, how hardcore people take the game. Like, for example, dude, I wish I could have my WoW guild in Guild Wars 2. Like, I genuinely do. Like, it's so engaged. Like, dude, people are so active and engaged, right, and motivated to actually do stuff. It's insane. It feels really good. Like, that's the type of environment that I personally really enjoy. And I'm only in like a top 200 guild, right? Like we are semi-hardcore. I would like to be more hardcore, but right now we're semi-hardcore. But yeah, obviously, like, but these things are chicken and the egg, right? Like the streamers feeds into the hardcore, which feeds into the streamers, right? It's like both. It's like a, you know, it's a circle, an Ouroboros. Do you miss the slop? No. I'm still warming up my voice. My voice is rough as hell today. It's over for me. What are we reforging? Slop? Of course. Slop reforged. Will Midnight be a cleansing nuke? Honestly, no. After looking at the changes, and especially now, actually, I actually think Midnight will be very inconsequential. I'm speaking from my perspective there. I'm speaking from my perspective. I think there could be some disturbances in the low-end scene. So in normal and heroic raids, there could be some disruption because those are the players that will be affected the most by the removal of add-ons, because that's where people are more reliant on them, right, and won't be able to adapt as much. So there could be some disruption essentially in ahead of the curve communities and players who raid normal, maybe even LFR. But from the perspective of me, I'm a Mythic raider, guys. I raid Mythic and I push M+. I do M+ title. Oh, hell. I've even played in the MDI qualifiers. Haven't got there yet, but working on that. Yeah. It won't affect me at all. I don't think it will affect me in any kind of relevant way. They've improved encounters, so they're not required. Well, they're not required now. Okay, here's the problem. The problem is that even if add-ons aren't required, people will always use them. For example, people use them on Ura, right? People use stuff for Ura and Ceres. They're not required, but people use them. Why? Why do they do that? And more importantly, for example, right now, basically every group for Ura LCM uses an add-on. Does that mean that Ura LCM requires an add-on? No. Well, what's going on here? Well, it's because the add-on makes it easier, right? Even though the encounter wasn't designed around it, even though the encounter is still completely doable without the add-on. In fact, I played it without the add-on. Why? Why do people do this? Because it takes like a 90% success rate on a mechanic up to like 95, 96, 97. So the only way to deal with add-ons is to remove them. Because even if add-ons benefit you by 1%, people will use them. Hell, if they benefit you by 0.5%, people will use them, right? So if you want to actually handle this problem, you have to entirely remove them completely. Like, you cannot leave any room for it whatsoever. What are the chance of the plugin makers give you a bunch of hacks? I wouldn't be worried about hacks, actually. Blizzard has anti-cheat. I don't think you'd get away with it, especially in competitive. But overlays are a bit spooky because those don't require any information from the game and they don't inject anything into the game. There is essentially zero counterplay. There's zero counterplay to overlays. Basically, Blish. Spell renaming. I think they need to at least add some support for nameplate renaming. Or no, not even renaming actually. Kernel level? No, kernel level won't. Kernel level will not help you guys. Wait, to be clear, I don't think we understand what an overlay is. I'm not saying like a Discord overlay that actually hooks into the game. Oh, I'll actually show you. I'll show you what I mean. Because I made it. Oh, I've got to make it. I have to make this video now. Because yeah, when I say overlay, you guys think I mean something that hooks into the game, don't you? Yes, you do. That is not what I'm talking about. I actually already made this as a demonstration. And a couple of other people did for World of Warcraft as well. So what I'm talking about is this. Okay, so this is my program Weaker Auras. It's actually simulating 4 players right now. It's the red dot. And if I press F1, it gives me an instruction. It knows which player is which. This is simulating being sent over a network, right? And it gives each player an individualized instruction on a given context. It supports custom code implementation for any mechanic you like, so you can simulate anything you want. And more importantly, it can wait until everyone hits a hotkey, or it can send it out first come, first served. It can do both of those things. This does not modify the game. This does not require any game data. This does not graphically hook into the game. This is actually a WPF application that just renders over the game with a transparent background. And it can do every mechanic for you. This is my concern, actually. This is my concern for World of Warcraft Midnight, because there is nothing Blizzard can do to prevent you from doing this. It is literally impossible. But yeah, there you go. And this is obviously like a test application, but yeah, this is my concern that I have. Unless they want to, no, they cannot. They cannot prevent you from doing this because it doesn't touch the game in any way. Like Blizzard has, is this OCR? It could be actually. It's not, but it could be. One extra editor could leak it and ruin their rep for the rest is a problem. I don't think would they even care, right? Like, would they even care about this? That runs in background? Of course not. What are they looking for? How do you detect this? Running processes? Yeah, but it's going to be looking for certain types of application, right? Like, but what's the difference between this and a Discord overlay? What's the difference between this and Warcraft Recorder? What's the difference between this and Notepad? Ultimately, nothing. What's running on your PC? Yeah, but how do they know what this is? Add that application to the list. Okay, great. Then I'm going to rename it. I'm going to make it have nonsense. I'm going to make the application change its signature all the time. Good luck. Good luck. Never soon because they cheat. By the way, that's incompetence. this actually doesn't need to appear on the stream. It will for me because I'm using a capture card, but it actually wouldn't if I recorded on my computer, because I could just, you can hook the game directly and get the video output. You could actually stream with this and not get the and it would not show on the stream. For example, that, you know, the red dot drama that happened with the latest Final Fantasy Ultimate, that's actually incompetence. There's no reason to get caught for that. WoW OS? Yeah, I mean, they'd have to do that. It would be like, okay, you can play WoW through our like sandbox. They'd have to go full Apple on you, right? In order to like give you this, you know, to put you in the closed garden, right? Oh, what is it called? Wait, what is it called? What is Apple called? Walled garden? Closed garden? I can't remember what they call it, but yeah, that. Yeah, walled garden. Yeah, they'd have to put you in that so you can't run anything else. But yeah, again, like I would be very... If uni exam solver can lock you out of everything except the examination program, the others can lock you out of other programs while you have WoW running, they can, yeah. And that's going to get rid of your Discord application, your Warcraft recorder. That's going to get rid of everything. Yeah, your Chrome browser. Goodbye. OBS, right? Like, well, the problem here is that, and also, do you want to know something really funny, guys? Okay. Do you want to know a real funny meme? You could run this on a second computer, right? How are you going to catch that? I could actually run it on my second PC, and I could have a small monitor to my left that's showing me what I should do with this overlay. So again, and by the way, that's not just easy, that's trivial. I could have it running on a separate application, a separate computer, and run this overlay. And let's go a step further. I could have the back end running on another computer, and I could translate that video and overlay it onto my main monitor. All of that is easy. All of that is not just easy, guys. That's trivial for any even remotely competent developer, right? So yeah, it's very hard, essentially impossible to prevent this, right? Like essentially impossible to prevent people using some kind of tool to do this. Yeah. So yeah, that's my concern regarding Midnight, because I'm not gonna lie, dude, bro, I don't want to use a fucking overlay, dude. Please, no. And dude, you know, there is a part of me that wants to be spike based, because I'll suck it up, dude. I'll use the overlay. I don't give a fuck. I'm here to win. I'll do what I need to win. But dude, the monkey's paw will be curling for all the anti-add-on Andes, bro. Have fun installing your overlay. You made my UI customization mildly more irritating. Okay, have fun with the overlays, guys. Major hack in Final Fantasy is zoom hack, hard to show on stream. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're gonna get caught for that. But there's a lot of things that you wouldn't have to get caught for. For example, I think wouldn't overlays in Final Fantasy 14 be insane? As I understand it, there are hacks that people do use, that are somewhat common, or at least, you know, like they do get used sometimes, like for the really hard fights. But because of like the mechanics, right, of the dance, right, like if you have an overlay, like it will just tell you what to do. Is there a big overlay for WoW? No, of course not, because why would you use a shitty overlay when you can have an add-on? Real the add-ons make PvP. Wait, what's this question about PvP? I think it's Even more salt. No, I think it's the opposite. I think actually that's a really positive. I think the add-on removal will really help PvP. It makes me way more interested in trying it, actually. Using shadows now? Oh, because I haven't changed my settings back after running the PvP tournament. Sarah's DLL for 14 and WoW. I mean, they're probably, I mean, yeah, there are hacks. There are hacks, of course. Oh, not Doom at the Unreal. Oh, I mean, I am as well, actually, for what it's worth, rank 1E data. I actually am not bothered at all. I've seen what you can do. It looks fine. There's a couple of things that I want ironed out, particularly to raid friends, but there's been some progress made there. I actually feel very optimistic regarding the add-on removal. I am now of the opinion that it will not affect me negatively in any meaningful way. The only thing I'm worried about is overlays. After the patch? There is no balance patch yet, so I guess we could do like a for fun tier list while we wait 3 weeks for the next patch, but yeah, I don't know. It's such a W if they rebalance content around no add-ons. The hardest content in the game already is. Bear that in mind. Right, like, oh, dude, oh, God, this is such misinformation. Guys, I want to talk about Guild Wars 2 news, but, dude, look, because of recent events in real life, guys, all misinformation must be destroyed, okay? If I see disinformation, I will attack it viciously and without mercy. I just want to really point something out, guys. All recent end bosses for Guild Wars 2 have not been weak aura bosses. They already do this. They already design the hardest content around, you know, in such a way that you aren't going to solve it with a weak aura. Like, Dimensius, one of the hardest bosses ever in WoW, is not a weak aura fight. This was also true of Ansarek, which again was considered to be one of the hardest bosses ever, was not a weak aura fight. Okay, Mugsy, was actually a little bit of a weak aura fight, but not that much of a weak aura fight, to be honest. Okay, also very difficult. Gallywix wasn't that hard, though, okay? Like, that wasn't that difficult. But there were also no weak auras. So, you know, it's got that going for it. Oh, I misspoke? Okay, never mind. Look, I'm tired, guys, okay? I'm fucking drained. Nah, we're talking about WoW, guys. WoW already does this. People acting like we're still in Shadowlands fighting Jailer. What fights in Guild Wars 2 would be weak aura fights? All of them. All of them in the sense that you could use an add-on to make all of them easier. Like, okay. Have you guys, like, have you guys seen this add-on? I don't think people even know what's possible. Okay? Let me find the fucking content, man. Where is the GitHub for the timers add-on? It's so OP. It's actually so strong. Why it's good to remove War an add-on shit show? Not gonna lie, Asmon is wrong. He hasn't rated Mythic since Nighthold, if I recall correctly. I mean, yeah, the Blish HUD one. Give me the Blish HUD one. Well, it's actually weird. No, okay. It depends on what Asmon said, actually. Like, I actually don't disagree with what they're doing. I think it's actually fine. Like, I think, if anything, I'd be slightly in favor of doing this. I think it is good for the game, actually. Or, well, I'm in favor of it as long as we keep the UI customization. But it's not for the... It's not good for the... It's just such a... It's such an inaccurate depiction of what's going on. I want the repository that has the screenshots. Guys, where are the screenshots? Give me a screenshot of like the Doom one. The Doom one is so sick. I did like LVUI. If Lucky One doesn't, this is even true of weak auras actually. Someone will make weak auras. Someone will make it. If the weak auras devs don't, someone will make it. Like the thing that's annoying as fuck is that it will probably take half the expansion, but it will be there. Basically, season 1 of Midnight, you're not gonna have weak auras, and that's cancer because you're gonna have to look. Do you know what? Do you know the thing that annoys me about Midnight is I basically right now all of my my UI right now is one add-on. It's weak auras, just weak auras, nothing else. I'm gonna have to rebuild my UI from scratch with potentially like 5, 6, 7 add-ons, which is really annoying. Because I want things a certain way. I want this here, I want that there, I want that color, right? This texture, this outline, this border, this font, right? You guys get the gist, right? That's annoying, but eventually it will, someone will make a new version of that add-on. Is there a weak aura add-on for Overlay Guild Suit? Yeah, it's called Refect, which is just weak auras. And so, yeah, it is actually really frustrating. It is annoying because what I love about weak auras is that it allows you to build your own UI without learning how the add-on API works. If I want to, I will not have my UI, how I want it to in season 1 of Midnight. And that actually sucks. It means the game is going to be less comfortable for me to play. There's no way around that because I don't know how to make add-ons in WoW. And to be honest, I don't have the time to sit down and write weak auras from scratch, right? While I've also got all of this other stuff I'm doing, you know, like being a real person at the same time. I'm obviously not going to do that. So that's annoying. It means I have to rely on other people to build my UI, whereas with weak auras, I don't. But it is what it is. It's lower, but I don't know the API. And that is gonna take some like, you know, getting used to actually like figure out how that works. But yeah, I don't know. I'm losing the health bar you made there. Yeah, that sucks, but there'll be a replacement for it. Aren't they keeping the UI customization add-ons? Yeah, but the way they work is completely different. They used to like read raw data. Now their system's actually really clever. It's really elegant. There's basically like numbers are a black box. You can render stuff, but you can't read it basically. It's called secrets. Talking about WoW? Well, listen, okay, guys, we were talking about this because we were talking about like different games, right? And like what's going on, which I think is pretty interesting. I'm glad you enjoyed Moto 3. Guild Wars UI for WoW, dude. Guild Wars UI is so fucking ugly. Well, it's so fucking bad in WoW. It's not good. Get that shit out of here. Colored nameplates. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be annoying as well. I think they need to come up with a good solution for that. Like either colored nameplates, or... I mean, even if Blizzard does the color coding and you don't have any control over it, that will be fine. But they also need to add some kind of like, name abbreviation as well. That's important. They want in VOE, UI editing. Oh, 0% chance. ArenaNet are like very much like what you see is what you get. No surprises. No surprises. Except I guess Guild Wars 1, I guess. Mad Parrot Prime, nice. Isn't Blizzard trying to make weak auras? They are, but it's like Peepo weak auras, so it doesn't really have that much customization. Like, I want full control. Like, I have my UI, how I like it in WoW, guys, to the pixel, to be clear, right? To the pixel. And obviously, Blizzard can't provide that natively. Latest Blizz UI update in bed. I actually haven't, mice. Love any game as much as you love WoW. I mean, look, I love Guild Wars 2 as well, for what it's worth, Fart Nugget 45. But yeah, I'm definitely very passionate about WoW. I really like it, but I like Guild Wars 2 as well. Wait, there's a treasure train incoming, guys? Farmer Skog, though, with the Prime. Would you liken it to the new system being like a style sheet rather than natural scripts code? Yeah, it's actually less than that. It's more like... no, actually, that is a good way of putting it, but it's almost a bit more unwieldy than that, because you, as the user, can't directly like delve into it. You have, it's like a style sheet, but you have to write code for the style sheet. So it's a bit cumbersome, basically. Poop Feast 420, dude. Look, that is a big reference. Like, being able to get that reference is huge. Poop Feast 420 on GOM TV. What is Mota? It's a PvP tournament I ran this weekend. Boom. There you go. EJ, yeah. Yeah, wait, we've got some StarCraft fans here. Oh, speaking of StarCraft, someone asked me if you could play one game and, you know, infinite time, infinite money, what would it be? It would probably be StarCraft 2, I think. Have you watched a Monetization stream? Of course I have. Okay, listen, and I think I'm a changed man after listening to that. I have heard more Mario and Bowser erotica than I ever wanted to hear. You did what? There's a guy called Autosis, possibly the most famous StarCraft caster of all time, alongside Tasteless. They did a lot of work together over the years in you know, StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. And his stream is interesting. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it constitutes Artosis playing StarCraft 1 Brood War as Terran, being very displeased by the state of Protoss within the game, and his chat constantly trolling him with obscene copy pastas and text-to-speech messages that often feature Mario in a wide variety of sexual situations. And also Artosis raging. You know, I didn't see that one coming because I didn't realize that was how he was on stream, to be honest. Because obviously I've seen him the most of the time in, you know, in the commentary setting where obviously he's very well mannered. But listen, that's all gone when it comes down to some StarCraft 1 ladder. Let me tell you that. Best single player RTS games. Hands and Brain too slow for PvP. StarCraft 2 honestly is a really good one. StarCraft 1 and 2 are also really good. Man, there's so many bangers. Like StarCraft 1 and 2, I think have excellent single player campaigns. Red Alert 1, 2, and I'll give 3 some credit as well, have excellent single player campaigns. Command & Conquer Generals has excellent single player campaigns. Tiberium series have excellent single player campaigns. I'd actually give a special shout out to Command & Conquer 3 in particular, and Kane's Wrath. They are really fucking good. Don't ever install Command & Conquer 4 though. That's just not the way to go. Then kind of moving on, you've also got Age of Empires as well, which also like have single player experiences as well. I haven't played They Are Billions actually. I've seen Trump SC play it though, but I haven't played it myself. Yeah, there's so many Oh, Battle for Middle-earth, Dawn of War. Dawn of War actually has, even kind of the shitty Dawn of War games have good single-player experiences. I actually think the kind of global conquest style of Dark Crusade and Soulstorm are amazing. Those are really fun, actually, to play through. And then you have the more narrative-driven ones in Dawn of War 1 and Winter Assault as well, which are also excellent. Dawn of War 2 also has a really good single-player experience as well. I would highly recommend checking that out. There's actually a lot. There's some really, really fucking good single-player experiences in RTS. I could go on, guys. I feel like I could mention all of them. Yeah, Battle for Middle-earth is great. That is a great single-player experience, actually. That RTS game is very underrated, by the way. Very, very underrated. There's some very interesting design decisions they made with like streamlining the base building down, but still having like territory control being really important and the resource management being rather interesting. That is a good game. That's a very interesting RTS, actually. On all the Warcrafts on purpose. I mean, to be honest, it's just so ubiquitous, I didn't even bring it up. Actually, I've got to say it. Is Warcraft 3 the best single-player experience in RTS? I think, honestly, it might be. It might be. Like, if we think about both expansions, Reign of Chaos and Frozen Throne, and then the Rexar campaign, that is hard to beat, to be honest. That is like very, very hard to beat. That is insanely good. With Warcraft's multiplayer, I mean, the multiplayer is good as well. I mean, it's, yeah, it has both. It's got both. I don't know if I can evaluate Warcraft 3 as a GOAT game. I mean, yeah, Warcraft 3 is a really remarkable game in history, obviously. Like, it's one of the most important video games that's ever been made, I think. And you're absolutely right because of those customs, right? Like, a lot of games, of course, including Dota and ultimately, hell, League of Legends, right? Like, ultimately spawned from Warcraft 3. Wait, that was a portal to leave? What's going on here? I'm not gonna jump off now. Wait, can I, dude, wait, can you survive this? Oh, okay. Expansion sales? Maybe, who knows? Yeah, this is not really gonna work, is it? I'm autoing. Dude, this guy is not, dude, that guy was not ready for the autos. He was not fucking ready, dude. It's over. Ah, yes. Beef well than spawn from a cow? Well, I don't think so, though. It's more like, I don't know, it's like, I mean, like, Dota was, you know, League of Legends was, like, very directly inspired by Dota 2, right? Oh, Dota 1, sorry. Well, yeah, Dota, the Warcraft 3 mod. Yeah, I mean, the MOBA genre, right, came from Warcraft 3. Reformed. Dude, imagine if they'd called it Guild Wars 1 Reformed. That would have been insane. They named it after awesomeness. What was that about Mario? We're talking about another streamer called Autosis, Starcraft streamer, RTS, commentator, and indeed player. And he has some interesting stuff going on the stream. Yeah. Darren's in the chat, of course. One of the most powerful gamers in existence. You have to click through the show, guys. Yeah, link it to me because I'm just like I think people might be interested. Link me the VOD. I want to see the Doom one. Link me the one where they do Doom. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, it's good. Yeah, it's Guitar Hero. Yeah. Oh, dude, this guy is based actually. Is he using the tech on this Doom? Surely he's doing greens on Doom. Why are they? Oh. Wait, does he do greens? Surely he does, yeah? I need green POV. He is doing greens? When does he do greens? Is he using the Giga marker though? Oh shit, he is. Dude, look how based this technology is. Check this out, guys. Okay, here you go. So look, this is what you can do in Guild Wars 2. You can actually do a lot. So check this out, guys. He has green coming up, yeah? 2115. Look at this, guys. So he's gonna have to go do a green, and look what happens. Look, it actually draws a line in 3D space. This is green number 1. You can't see it here, but he has a timer at the bottom of the screen telling him when it's gonna happen, right? And you can see here that there's a line saying you need to go to this green at this time. See? Like that. And it will actually tell you which green is which, right? There's also a timer here. Here's a bar on how long you've got left to actually complete the green. You can see that here. It actually even gets the time on when you should move, right? And then click. On this Doom. Pretty powerful stuff, right? And to be clear, this is not a hack, by the way, guys. It's not a hack. This is actually using Blish and the official Mumble API. This is actually fully legal. This is clean. Reads the game data? Correct, yeah, but it's actually the game data that ArenaNet provides. So it's above board. No, it does read the game data. Not all of Blish add-ons do, but this one does because of memes. And look, check this out, guys. There's the hitbox of the death plane. Can you see there? Rendered in 3D space. If you go past that line, you'll die by touching the middle. Kind of an interesting little detail there as well. Yeah. What was the module called? I think it's called Guild Wars 2 Timers. The guy who does all the packs and stuff, it's Guitar Hero, this guy. The VOD we're watching. Very cool application in my opinion. They didn't permaban him, slackers. Well, again, they can't permaban for this. It uses ArenaNet's API, right? I feel like banning someone for using your API is a little unreasonable, okay? I think there would be some grievance, like if anyone got banned for using an official API. You can't do that. But yeah, it can do all this kind of stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah. This is a good Doom is a really good example here, but what else can it do? Do we do any other bosses here? Can? The fuck? Well, I mean, that's not very... There's nothing going on there. MO normal mode? I mean, there's not going to be anything interesting there. Oh, it does dispel timers. That's interesting. Do we do Sabbather? Sabitha? Not really. Samarog? Is there anything interesting on Samarog? Oh, it tells you when the inevitable betrayal is. That's actually pretty useful. Yeah, that, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's pretty useful. Yeah. And when the spears spawn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty good, actually. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, it tells you when they're going to reset as well. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that is pretty good, actually. What does it do on Demos? I guess like the Mine Crushers. Not that much to do on this fight, to be honest, though. Oh, dude. Handkite Soul Beast. This is actually a pretty base build. This is a good choice. This guy's a gamer. The cannon timer. Dude, yeah, the cannon timer is pretty based. Okay, here we go. Check this shit out, guys. Wait, is this the timer? Wait, it just follows you around? Wait, that's so based. Holy shit. That's crazy. It's like a special one that just follows you around in 3D space. Holy. Wait, yeah, that's it, I think. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the cannon's up. Wait, what is this timer, actually? Wait, what is this? What is this number? What? Wait, what is it? 2-1? It's like slightly out of sync. I don't understand what's going on here. But look, it's still based. Green bomb timer? Yeah, but oh wait. Oh, maybe it's when you have to throw by. It's how long. Oh, maybe it's how long you have until the bomb expires, actually. That's interesting, actually. That's, yeah. But yeah, you can see the timer's counting down. Yeah, there you go. Go over here. And then someone gets the bomb and throws. Yeah. Wait, it's not using the full pack, though. The cannons are deterministic. It should be drawing a line. He actually doesn't know where to go here, but, well, it has a moment of hesitation, but there's no reason for that. It should just draw a line there. Wait, wait, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the direction of the cannon as well. Wait, yeah, it doesn't need to. Dude, this is actually a base timer. Yeah, dude, it renders the timer in the direction you have to go. Holy. That's 1 billion IQ. So wait, when it goes to 0 here, it will show towards north? That's crazy. Oh, and oh yeah, it doesn't show the ones you don't have to do. But it could, I imagine, right? If you wanted to know if you were, yeah, but obviously, oh no, it does actually, it does. It's just when you come back. Oh, it only cares when you're on the platform. Yeah, because it knows when you're on the platform. Because bear in mind, guys, it knows where you are, right? It knows where you are, so it will only render the timer if you're on the platform. And then yeah, north in 5 seconds. Oh shit. Dude, that's tech. This is tech, actually. And look, yeah, then it swaps over to the next one. Whoa, that's crazy. See what I mean, though, guys? You can do a lot of, like, really good stuff, yeah? With the, with add-ons in Guild Wars 2. That's cool stuff. Pretty intuitive, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is intuitive. Yeah, now that I see how it's done, is that illegal? TOS? It really depends how you interpret the TOS. I don't think anyone's ever been banned for it. Like, you could argue that it does give you an advantage because it does, which is against TOS. But also, ArenaNet can't ban you for doing something that they literally provide you with the data to do, right? Like, and also, here's the other thing: ArenaNet isn't Blizzard. Blizzard are literally throwing their entire API in the trash and remaking it. That's just unrealistic for ArenaNet. If they actually wanted to solve this problem, it would be a colossal development undertaking. And also, it would break every single add-on that exists, which is what's happening with WoW, which I imagine the people wouldn't be happy with. It's just not worth rocking the boat. Yeah, it's not worth it. Pretty much. How can I know what rear Demonstration removes dead again hand cards? Everyone has to do mechanic. I mean, the very brute force way would be that you can't get hands until everyone else has got hands, for example. And then kind of emphasize the idea that you have to cover the area behind the boss with hands and then move the boss around so he doesn't eat them and gets that damage buff. There were DPS mirrors that were banned in the past. That's because they were hacks that used memory reading. All of this stuff here is done with the API. But yeah, I mean, there you go. It's pretty cool, I'd say. Wait, oh wait, does it show you the eating path? Oh, I bet it does. Does it label the shrooms? Oh, it labels 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I imagine with a timer. Oh, I guess it doesn't prescribe what ones you should eat. That's maybe a little bit too prescriptive, and maybe the developer wouldn't want to go in that direction. But it obviously could as well. It could tell you like the correct eating order, which honestly would improve pugs like 5 billion times over, dude. Nobody ever eats the right shrooms. It's actual fucking pain, dude. They do not eat the shrooms. It can probably tell you where to go here as well. Although, again, everyone would have to have the add-on for that to work. Wing 3. Nothing crazy here, I guess. It can tell you where to stand on Zera, right? I assume. It can obviously, like, tell you how to get through Twisted Castle. So you got to make this work? No, it just uses the API, right? And they're pretty, I mean, look, some of this is pretty OP, guys. When do you think Guild Wars 3 will release approximately? 2027 at the earliest. Timers module, do you have to show anything? Well, it won't show anything until you actually go in a raid fight. And also make sure you've got like the dependencies installed, but it should handle that. You just have to be in a fight for it to show up. Pack is this? This is the timers add-on. Or the timers pack. When to go to games. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty OP, right? So very, very strong to be able to do this. No, yeah, not really. Oh, not really a lot going on in Zera. Yo, dude, look at that. Cool little menu there. It tells you what food you should use. That's based. Yeah. Just, look, I'm actually, there's obviously, well, to kind of like maybe kind of cap off this conversation, I actually am really optimistic about World of Warcraft Midnight, actually. I think the changes of the game will hopefully be positive overall. Like, I do have very major doubts, though, about it actually solving the problem that a lot of people want solved. And I actually am, look, my position on that actually is, at the end of the day, I'll actually be the cuck and be a little bit compassionate, right? Because a lot of people, you know, I will show compassion for the people who did not for me, okay? I am pretty sad, and many other people are, that like UI customization is going to be a little bit more annoying because we like that. And a lot of people on the casual side of this said, well, you know, get used to it or cry harder. But you know what? When Midnight comes out and it doesn't really change anything, look, I will show some sympathy. What can I tell you? Because that's just the kind of person I am, guys. Okay, I am an angel. I am a saint. Incredible. Fight design and community perception. I don't disagree with that in the extreme cases, but it's more like, okay, so the problem with add-ons is that MMO fights have, and also you want this too, you want randomized coordination mechanics, right? Like, let's be honest, you want that. You want, right, 3 people get a mechanic, who goes where, who does what. That is fun, right? Like, that is a fun mechanic, right? Here's the thing though. Any mechanic like that in any way will always be vulnerable, right? To computation. Because if you can get that information into a computer, which you always can, by the way, the computer will solve it faster than you, right? It just will. That computer is better than you. And more importantly, it won't make any mistakes either. If you give it the correct information, it will tell you the correct answer every single time. There is just no way around it. And the thing is, I really don't want fights to become purely static. Right? That to me would almost be a deal breaker, actually. The thing that I really like about WoW's fight design is that it actually has a lot of RNG in it. Like, it's not bullshit RNG, but like variance. There's a lot of variance in the encounters. You have to react. You have to be ready to handle different scenarios. That's very, very good. And if they say, well, people are just going to number crunch this, so we have to make everything static, that would just be absolute fucking despair, to be honest. That would be so boring if they did that. That would be a goddamn disaster. Or the only other way they can do it is only individual mechanics. There's like still randomness, but it's pure individual responsibility, which I think is also bad. Because that's what Dimensius is, by the way. Dimensius, there's actually a lot of variance, but it's pure individual responsibility, if that makes any sense, right? That's why it's disbanding so many guilds, funnily enough, is because that's where people tend to struggle quite a bit, is individual responsibility. And dude, how many guilds have killed Dimensia so far? I'm actually curious. Oh wait, is there actually a good way to see that? Oh, there is. Wow, not even 1,000 yet. That's crazy. That's insane. 897 have killed it. Wow. Dude, he's winning. Like, he is winning. He's winning big time, guys. But yeah, it would be boring as fuck if they go that way. I really hope they don't. Daily Dimensius Glaze? Oh, dude, I'm just saying, look, am I wrong, Trayvon? Bro is winning. Where tracks players' mechanics success rate and will target players with the lowest success rate. That actually would be very high tier. Dude, what if the boss is like targets the healer or something? It's like lunges after them. Just like ignores the tank. That is reasonable to solve in some cases. Well, yeah, but the thing is though, I guess what my point here is, Saraxa, is that even if it wasn't reasonable even if it was reasonable, right? Why wouldn't you use an add-on anyway? Like, let's say that a reasonable RNG mechanic, you have a 70% success rate, okay? But you can increase that to 80% with an add-on. Like, why would you not do that? It's time, guys. It's time. Dude, I'm gonna replace the music in World vs. World with this. That would be hype, actually. This is pretty inappropriate, I feel like. You know, wait, I need to go find a fight, guys. I'm gonna fight this Dolyak. Here we go. Look, this is epic. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You don't really need add-ons for Dimensions, but why wouldn't you, right? Like, it will make it a bit easier. So you're obviously gonna do it. But could you do it with no add-ons? Of course, yeah, you don't need them. There's no mechanic that needs them. The only mechanic that you could argue did was, and this is where things get really complex, is original version of phase 1 for the triple gravities, because you had to do the stack thing in order to actually do that. That was, I think, world's first guilds could do that without add-ons. Normal guilds, probably not. That's too hard. But again, isn't that kind of the point? Right, like the mechanics on Race to Worlds First, they are supposed to be impossible, right? Essentially, for anyone else except Race to Worlds First guilds. I would like to request you have penis music playing during the games next time, though. Yeah, we can do that. And jumping ranger? That's all right. Not my favorite, actually. I don't really like pet classes. With Tindral Seeds or Echo of Neltharion, one of those bosses didn't use add-ons to assign players. Well, yeah, because they made Echo of Neltharion like trivial, right? They made the mechanic a fucking joke, like when it got played. I don't think so. I don't want that. I don't want it to be trivial. And Tindral Seeds. Tindral Seeds are good, but every mechanic can't be a Tindral Seed, right? What do you think of Nexus King fight? I think they made it too easy. Specifically, phase 3 is too easy. I think they thought that mechanic was way harder than it actually is. And maybe I'm just the sickest gamer in the universe. But dude, I saw people saying, oh yeah, Nexus King P3 is impossible without a weak aura. Are you fucking serious? It's 2 people who have 8 seconds to go left or right. Huh? Are you serious? That's fucking free. Okay, I'm sorry, that is not hard. It's actually even baitable, by the way. Okay, you can even bait it, like if you really wanted to. Like, yeah, dude, phase 3 is not that hard. I was expecting it to be way harder than it actually was. I thought they were gonna go like fucking psycho, but like phase 1 is like by far the hardest part. Dude, I'm hyped for the WoW Midnight soundtrack. When they drop that, it's going to be big. Look, this is going to sound like insane cope. I don't think this will happen, but they should bring Dementius back, man. He needs to have his revenge. And he becomes like even more difficult. Wait, what is this? An expanded Hall of Monuments. Oh, shit. I mean, that would be pretty cool, actually. I kind of like that. Wait, did Nike, wait, what? Did you just like nuke them? What is this? That's crazy. New hidden achievement awards. Oh shit, what is it? will make the race way more interesting. It will, how so? It won't change anything about the race. The players who will be, the Race to World's first players are literally the people who will be affected least by these changes, I think. Because they're just so good at the game, they'll just adapt to anything. Like, basically immediately. I don't think it will affect them in a meaningful way. Hitting an airborne enemy with a Trev shot, that's actually hype as fuck. That is a cool achievement. 3 stacks of the extra life event? Yeah, looks like that. Something like that. Boom. Yeah. Yeah, the staggered release is going to be interesting. I have no idea what that's going to look like. You guys about visiting LA? Oh, I guess I haven't been to LA, and that's why. The Islanders, or will the payroll be affected the least? Wait, how's that copium though? Like, do you think? Wait, do you think that top guilds are gonna struggle to adapt? Like, no, this is always the opposite of how it goes. Like, this is why I'm not really worried about rank money data. Like, because bear in mind, like the race to world, I'm not worried at all. It's not gonna change things for me that much, and I'm nowhere near as good as the race to world's first guilds, right? So like, they will not. They're not going to bat an eye. They're just going to go, okay, this is what it is. The islands are important. Well, they aren't. Wait, whoa. I said they're important, but I think it just won't affect the race in a meaningful way. It just means that there's no add-ons. You give the world's first guilds too much credit? Oh, wait, are you one of the ones that think that other guilds will be able to compete with Echo and Liquid now? Oh, yeah, okay. No, I do not think so. They will absolutely slaughter the competition without, with or without add-ons. That it will not change the outcome at all. Nah, it won't. The top players will still be the best players. There's no guild that's even close to the level of the Race to World's first guilds. And also bear in mind, that yeah, like splits are honestly splits are a way bigger obstacle than add-ons are to competing in the Race to World's first. And skill as well. Like, you know, the loss of add-ons will affect the Race to World's first guilds less because they're better players than the other guilds. Fatigue will be more of a thing. I mean, will it though? Like, these guys are pretty... Look, dude, I've seen them like pull 19 hours. I think they'll be all right. '21st man, yeah, '21st man's gonna be more important for sure. Like, not having a '21st man going into midnight is a disaster. Like, I need to convince Planix to do it again because he did it. He '21st man for us, and it made it so much easier actually, especially for me because normally I do the raid leading, which is really fucking hard while tanking, dude. Like, if I had to raid lead Dimensius P3, I would have been, dude, my brain would have just like exploded. Skill will be more important than now than add-on capability. I mean, yeah. But also bear in mind that add-ons also, you're also forgetting that add-ons act as an equalizer in the opposite direction, right? Like, and the thing is that, in other words, a worse guild can catch up by using the same add-on as the better guild, right? Like, or having a similar add-on, right, as the better guilds, if that makes any sense. So it's true, but it's also true in the other direction as well. I actually think the performance, if I had to predict, dude, this is gonna sound crazy, but I would almost expect the gap to widen, because I think the Race to World's first guilds are quite far ahead mechanically, in terms of skill, mechanical skill, than the other guilds. I think it's a big difference. And I think that when you take away the add-ons, I would actually, I think the gap between a Race to World's first guild and a very good guild will widen now, because the skill diff is going to be more relevant because the add-on can't fill in for your skill diff. So I think that's true, actually. I think. With the rank 4 to 10 guilds, well, the race is over. Yeah, that's what I mean, though. But the 4 to 10 guilds are just not going to have anything now, right? So that will just never happen. So in other words, like after the world's first is done, nothing changes, right? Like there's still a brick wall. 21st man mean someone who's watching the raid but not playing, just doing call-outs. It would be 11th in Guild Wars 2, of course, and I think 9 in Final Fantasy because they have a group size of 8. Not having to deal with add-on issues? Yeah, that will be nice, yeah. I hope they don't have to deal with overlay issues, though. Yeah. No, yeah, here's the thing. A lot of people, and I think, including the chat, think that removing the add-ons will shrink the gap. I think it's the opposite. I think removing add-ons will widen the gap. Between the very best and the almost very best. Yeah, no, yeah, people do think that, Austin. I think some people in the chat think that. I think Rank 1 Editor thinks that, and maybe Lexa as well. But I'm obviously I'm kind of intuiting that. It hasn't been said explicitly, so I could be wrong. I've had the arenas in a while. It feels like it should be really positive. I might give PvP a try, actually. Because I am actually looking for a PvP game to try hard, to be honest. Like, it's something that's genuinely missing in my life, guys. I want to play an MMO, right? So, you know, I like, my options are a little bit limited to an extent. I am I'm a special snowflake to an extent. I realize that. But I am looking for a PvP game. It's something I don't have in my life. And I want something like that in my life right now. Delta of clear time from round 1. Yeah, yeah, all of it's recorded also. So yeah, we will be able to. We have objective data on pull counts, phase progression, so how long it takes teams to consistently get phase 1 down, phase 2, etc. And indeed, obviously, the time of kill. So yeah, we will actually be able to directly measure this. However, it is also worth noting that one thing I'm also worried about Midnight is that they make the first raid too easy. I'm quite worried about that. But, you know, I trust. In Ian, we trust. In Ian, we trust. Why do you not enjoy playing PvP yourself? It is very difficult for me to invest in anything, actually, gameplay-wise or, like, try-hard-wise, unless I have a major objective. to go for. Like, people to play with. Like, I don't care about ranked at all. If I was going to play PvP, I'd want to be playing with a team for the monthly automated tournament. That's the only thing I'm interested in. And also, the scene in Guild Wars 2 ultimately is very, very small. So, and at the end of the day, I do care about the macro quite a bit. Like, I find it very hard to invest in a game that isn't on the up and up. So in other words, if the scene isn't growing, and if the scene doesn't have potential to, like, be very exciting in the future, I find it quite difficult to get energized about it. Push high keys this season? I am, yeah. I'm going to be getting to work on that pretty soon, in fact. Hopefully, probably next reset. I'll have some time to do it after we're kind of done cleaning up all the stuff and recovering from Guild Wars 2. I also need to train up some of our new trials as well. We have some banger trials actually in the guild right now. I want to play some Mythic Plus with them and put them through their paces. I actually haven't watched WoW PvP, Carter. I really should. I haven't really seen a lot of AWC. I think I saw finals last season, but I didn't watch this one. Have you tried pushing Guild Wars 2? Do you think it's fun? It's all right. It's not a game mode I could see myself taking seriously, but it's certainly a bit of casual fun for sure. Too short for E to catch up. Yeah, that I actually agree. I do agree, Mice. Yeah, there's some concerns there. The raid structure is concerning too. However, like I'll tell you what, Mice, I'm a little bit hyped because the way they talked about it, they actually did imply that there's basically going to be 4 end boss difficulty level raids. Specifically, at least the last boss of the first raid is going to be end boss difficulty, and the last 2 of the 3rd raid, so the duo boss, is also going to be released. And those are going to be at end boss difficulty as well. So basically, like second and last boss. So theoretically, we're actually getting a lot of difficult bosses. And here's who we're going to be pushing with. When is Feedman returning? Feedman is back next reset, Relentless. I'm just recovering from all the Guild Wars 2 stuff in the tournament, and Feedman is back in business. We're going Brazil 20s week 1, dude. WoW PvP is super lame. Yeah, what I really miss in WoW PvP is actually objectives. Like, but thing is, guys, I am the biggest Conquest simp on the planet. In my opinion, Conquest is better as a game mode than every other PvP game that exists. And look, I will die on that hill. I will die on that take. This is better than MOBAs. This is better than CS. This is better than any team-based arena shooter like Overwatch or Valorant or any of that. It is better than all of those games. I will die on that hill. And that's what I really miss in WoW Arenas, yeah. Deathmatch is fun. It's fun, right? I don't hate Deathmatch or anything like that. But I miss the objective, yeah. I miss the context that Conquest provides. Is it better than League? Yes, it's better than League. This guy's just like leaping all over the place. But yeah, we're pushing, Relentless. You better ready to push, bro. PBL with new players. That would be my fantasy, to be honest, Larrett. Right? I would really love to do that, but it's just not realistic because it would be quite a lot of work, and there aren't new players who want to do that. If I was going to play PvP, I would either bring WoW players, because I think they would actually do it. Like, for example, Sony. Sony, I would grind the monthly with, because one, I think it's actually doable with a player of his caliber, and obviously his expertise in PvP, and he also has the mental and the drive to do it. But there just aren't players like that in, in Guild Wars 2 right now, right? But yeah, Sony for sure, yeah. He is, like, we could win I could win the monthly with Sony. But I would either bring WoW players from my guild to come and do it. I wouldn't find them in Guild Wars 2 because they don't exist. Grim? Grim's a fucking casual, right? Well, one, he's won every monthly AT like multiple times over, including Mota too, of course. But also he's not. I don't think he's playing competitively right now. He's just kind of chilling and playing OSRS. I think is his main game currently. I mean, keep my 21s. I am coming back after going back this reset. Try Blitz. It's not 5v5. A lot of macro decision making with the but wait, is that something in WoW? Habibi? I actually don't know what that is. Straight up. So I can believe you misplay a pull. Dude, look, if I die, it's your fault. Heal me. Heal me fucking trash. Heal me trash, worthless shaman. Pull one extra phase blade? I don't die to that. I don't, how do I die to a fucking phase blade? Like, maybe I will pull an extra phase blade. It's not gonna kill me. Fast Stalker? Okay, yeah, we might die to that. I won't pull an extra one. I just won't. If you guys have roots, by the way, if you guys have roots ever, link them to me. I'll look at them and I'll practice them in some 12s. Because I need to gear my blood DK for boosts, I think. So I'm gonna just like do like 200 12s. What else do I need? Oh yeah, I need 12s of my paladin and of my blood DK, I think. Wait, do I want to get blood DK? What tank do we want for the boosts? I mean, blood DK is probably fine, right? Yeah, yeah, grips, yeah. Yeah, I'll do blood DK. I mean, my brew is geared. I have brew geared already. So I have brew. I have brew, paladin, and warrior geared right now. Pushing into the season, I'll probably start getting back into it on this reset. We've got a boost lined up on Wednesday, and then we're playing a bit of beta, I think. I'll probably get back into doing some keys this next week. You guys had better have come up with good roots for names for the roots, by the way. If they're not called like Fiend or something like that, or Nuclear, it's I'm not doing them. They have to have good names. Level 90 characters. Yeah, of course, yeah. It's just gonna be like that. I need to get my UI. So I'm gonna do my UI after the stream, I think, or maybe like tomorrow before raid. Giant Apocalypse goes hard. Dude, surely we're not doing Giant Apocalypse. I feel like Giant Apocalypse was bait. Okay, that route is fucking cursed. It's still the best route? Ah, okay, never mind then. So what you're telling me is that Giant Apocalypse is actually still on the menu. What about Nuclear, though? Do you play multiple guns? I do, yeah. Dude, playing Go for Tartar's pushing with funsies. I mean, I do want to play pretty try hard actually. I'd like to push quite a bit, because I do want to actually play an MDI at some point. We didn't clear the fucking raid fast enough to do it this time around. So we actually need to just do better in midnight. So I'm hoping we can actually, so we can actually play M+ seriously. But yeah, that will be the goal. I want to push more than I did in Season 3. Like, in Season 3 of Dragonflight, we pushed a lot. I played with Vivi, Rated, Snizzle, Abindo, actually, and then me. I was on VDH. We actually pushed quite a bit. I think we ended on, what was it? I think 3,820 rating or something, which I was pretty happy with. We were, most keys we were on, like, key level -1, right? For... you know, for how high we were able to push, which I was pretty happy with. But I haven't really been able to play that much since. So I kind of want to get back to that. Like, there's been a couple of bumps in the road, right? A lot of, like, administrative stuff to like, run the guild and so on. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Also, by the way, do you guys know what guild name won the poll? Like, you'll never guess, okay? The most popular guild name is Well-Named Guild. Seriously, like that's what you guys voted for. You guys fucking voted for Well-Named Guild. I'm not even joking. I'm serious. We should be able to get the cleave there, yeah. Enjoy some auto attacks, buddy. I did not vote? Well, I mean, you've only got yourself to blame then, haven't you? Oh, dude, I like it. I don't know what it is about Isolate, but I feel like it is able to, you know, snipe people from further than it perhaps should be able to. I think that might be a kill. Yeah, it's a kill, I think. Maybe not? Oh, no, it isn't. Did we see the year of Guild Wars 1 coming? Well, doesn't look like it. Oh! I mean, this is maybe not the best place to fight, to be honest. Gotta blob them all. Dude, it's so funny to see, like, old school Guild Wars 2 guilds. This is actually... I think this is, like, a guild name that is actually, like, memeing on an old guild called Kill. Gotta kill them all, I think. Very funny. We used to actually play against those guys quite a bit, actually, back in the day. Raider is gigabugged. Well, you're probably looking at the wrong one. Because we've moved guilds. We are now Well-Named Guild. We are the illustrious Well-Named Guild now. Apply to join, or don't. It's up to you. Yeah, so... these are the results of the poll. Okay, as you can see here, rank 1 is Well-Named Guild. Clueless is actually pretty good. Dude, Overcranked is kind of good. Like, I could go with Overcranked, you know? Well-Named Guild, Feedman, Clueless, Overcranked, right? These four are actually, like, fairly solid. These are all fairly solid. This first first VOE patch you're referencing? Wait, what is my stream title? Well, it's, oh yeah, today, because today is patch day. Oh, did I close my bot by accident? Whoops. I have now started it again. Leaked? Yeah, you saw my WinForms application. Although, to be fair, actually, this version of the bot theoretically could even be cross-platform, actually. It's, like, all of the UI is completely separate from the actual code itself. Wait, new leaks with the 90-day VOE patch? Wait, no, it's just, it was literally the first patch, guys. Wait, it's like it's the first patch of the expansion. But yeah, Well-Named Guild wins. I don't know how we're gonna handle this. We might run another poll with a short list, basically, of the other ones, because like fucking double dragon 514 points. Type shit with this tomfoolery syndicate. The feed list. Orbit culture. Some of these are so dog shit. Oh my god. Plenga boys. I feel like a meme doesn't fit in your ends for longevity. I'm not sure about that actually, Zoe, because like hasn't Dratnos' guild been going for ages and they're named Pop-Tart Corn Dog. And they actually play extremely competitively. And I mean, yeah, they're wait, what? Let's see, what world rank did they get this time? Let me actually check. It was pretty good though. Yeah, dude. Look, okay. Fat Shark, yes, is actually a banger of a name, to be honest. This is a sick ass name. I actually really like the name of this guild. Okay, Fat Shark, yes, is good, to be honest. Okay, wait, this guild's name is just Mate on Korea. Pop-Tart Court. Oh, are you kidding me? We want a serious name? World rank 17 is fucking XD on the US Area 52 server. Like, what? Yeah. What were you in Undermine? We were like 260 in Undermine. Oh, 260, 250. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, we did well. We had a lot of roster issues. The guild kind of like imploded a bit after Undermine. So we had to rebuild it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how we did. Like all things considered, it was kind of a miracle. Like we did really well in Maniforge Omega. I would have liked it to be under 200 world rank, obviously for obvious reasons. That was really unfortunate. And we kind of choked as well, which is just, hey, that's the way it goes. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah. But what are the other... Okay, what serious option could we go with? Overcranked. I mean, that's pretty serious. How overcranked is good, no? Listen, Zor, you got to free up your schedule, bro, and join us. Come on, you know you want to. Wait, who did you play with this year, actually, Zoe? Because you also could Dementis pretty early, huh? Like, what would you play with? We're in the guild log in. I actually would love to have that name, but it's like very unoriginal. Overturn democracy. No, because there were so many names here. Our plan is probably to. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I have to figure out if I want to. I might run another poll with like the winners, if that makes any sense. Because to be clear, when you fill in this poll, it asks you to arrange every single one in order. So I get a feeling that might have caused people to disengage a bit. Red DK, we're not trolling mid prog. I mean, like at the end of the day, yeah, we had a couple of like really unfortunate situations. What's really tragic about it, actually, what's really tragic about it is actually the rep paladin. The rep paladin situation fucked us so hard. So this is what happened, guys. We had a player and we needed them to play ret. Okay, so he re-rolled ret. We basically fed him every single item from a 6 out of 8 reclear on prog, and then he fucking quit the game after we killed Nexus King, and that actually fucked us. Like we lost like about an average. We lost like an eye level from that. It was very bad. And that was it was also bad because it meant that I had to re-roll to prop paladin as well, which was really awkward because otherwise we didn't have Devo aura. And that means I had to then get more gear as well, if that makes any sense, right? So I then had to go, okay, well now I need to gear another character as well. Why he quit? I mean, honestly, it's not entirely clear. No PvE nerfs? Nope. 4.254 2-day schedule. Yeah, that's nice actually. That's really good. That's very comfortable. Can't rate Wednesday. Oh, it's unfortunate. You got to get in if things change. Actually, you would be a very good player profile for us actually, Zoe. Like we are. If we have a weakness right now in our roster, it's actually like slight lack of flexibility with range DPS. I know you can play a bunch of them. So that would actually be incredibly based. North Rigs have broken specs in PvE? Yes, we do. Did we 3 on next thing? Yeah, we did. Devour Prison? Yeah, you're lucky. We found some Death Knights for you, Relentless. So you can play Devourer. 3 healing without HUD. I didn't feel so feel good. I actually think we didn't really like our healer roster. It was slightly nerfed because we didn't have one of the strongest players, Hemis. We had some new people joining the team, so obviously not, you know, people had to like get to know each other a bit. But our healing was honestly not really a big issue the entire tier. To be honest with you, like our healing roster is very good. When you just can't do. Oh, actually, Avengers. Obviously, you don't have to say why because obviously that's IRL, right? But is there any chance that would ever change, Zoe? In the future, because like we will obviously be recruiting after every tier, right? And that would be fun. For context here, guys, Zoe is a Guild Wars 2 player. One of the first people I played World versus World with, actually, when I started playing well, it was like a 3-way link back in the day with like Gunnar's Hold, Ring of Fire, and then what server were we on? I guess we were on Underworld. I'm not even sure we started there, but we were like linked with Jack Leaf, Jack's Guild, RI, I believe was their name, and then Zoe as well, there as well. Oh, it's date night? Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, boy, yeah. Oh, dear, yeah, okay. Then, yeah, we're a bit out of luck there. Healer also looking hotness here. I'll be the return of girlfriend healer. Well, I mean, wait. You haven't applied, by the way, Ava. Like... You should apply if you want to. The salty surprise. Wait, what is this clip? Oh boy. Ah, yeah, a little bit of a stealth push there. What a classic. I wonder if I still have any of our GVGs around. I think I have some of the stuff recording. Yeah, so I mean, wait, I already told you? Wait, no, but you have to apply. We have a process for this, Amy, huh? To be honest, though, it's going to be a little bit tricky. I'll give you full disclosure, right? We obviously aren't really looking for healers right now. No, we're not necessarily anyway, so bear that in mind. Well, this is looking rough, actually. I'll be in the dungeons. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Can I apply? You can, mice. This guy was greedy as fuck. Oh, shit. There's a helper group moving in. I think we're getting him here. You know, it's funny, actually. I don't... look, This is gonna sound like a little bit of cope, guys, and I recognize that, but trust me, it is true. Like, I actually look pretty similar now than I did back then. But the main difference is, one, I didn't really grow facial hair back in the day. Obviously, I was a bit younger. And also the camera is very different. I had a much worse camera than that. I think that was like a Logitech 720p 720p camera. Looks like ass. Like, this camera is way better, so you can kind of see my, I guess, the detail of my face quite a bit better. Sounded a lot younger then. Yeah, it was a different microphone, and, well, I also am older. And also, there's another kind of weird thing here as well. I did something called Community Month. And Community Month, which may return, by the way, in the quarterly update #1. Community Month was an entire month of 12-hour streams. Okay? It actually permanently damaged my voice. Well, or at least it changed it. So, like, here's the details, guys. I was talking so much and streaming so much. By the end, my mouth was bleeding, right? Like, I would talk and I would taste blood during some of the streams towards, like, the back half of the month. It was really, really not... That wasn't my brightest idea, to be honest. That really was not my brightest idea. So, yeah. I might do it again. Well, obviously I would, I would do it in a more controlled way. But yeah, community hell might return. Community, and look, oh man, it's really tough. Because the thing is, I talk a lot on stream, and like, even now, like, I want to do YouTube slop and then turn the stream off, but man, like, I feel like it's hard to talk right now. Like, I'm in this weird position. I don't know how common this is. Maybe you guys will understand what I'm talking about here. But like, right now, when my voice feels untired, I don't have to think about speaking. Like, right now, I have to like think about speaking almost, if that makes any sense. It feels very awkward. That's why I don't like doing YouTube slop when I'm like this, because it feels very clumsy. You know what I mean? And that's what it feels like right now. I'm not comfortable talking, basically. I'm in discomfort currently because my voice is like really tired out from the weekend, and I'm like struggling to speak a little bit currently, which is annoying. It's annoying. Ugh. Okay. The Elementalist forums? I mean, surely, aren't they full of joy right now? They didn't get nerfed. They have to be happy. The staff thread is crazy. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, dude, look, it's really good on, Heal Evoker and World vs. World. That's hype. Dude, Community Month was insane. Oh, wow. And also, I have got a lot better, actually, at not hurting my voice. Like, I didn't actually really have any voice pain after VOE launch, and I streamed a lot then. I've got a lot better at it. But dude, when when I did my first like real big stream grind, it was WoW Classic launch. It was insane. I'm not even joking, guys. Okay, I lost. Okay, so here's what happened. WoW Classic launch came out. I played for 20 hours straight, like multiple days in a row. And I think within a couple of days, I had fully lost my voice and I couldn't talk. It was crazy. And it was so painful. Like the pain was, it was actually quite bad. I just had to be like silent the entire time. And my voice also didn't work. I could barely speak properly. That probably wasn't very good. I think I'm going to try and do a tea time this weekend. I think. Yeah, I'll try and do a tea time this weekend. Especially because we've got, dude, we got Guild Wars 1 as well. Perfect time for it. My first time catching the streams is that period. I'd say it's very good, actually. Like, VOE is a good expansion. Like, Secrets of the Obscure and Jantho Wilds, regrettably, were quite weak. They're the weakest expansions in the game. But not bad, right? You know, still good. Like, VOE is, like, much better. Like, this is how I can sum it up, right? I would say that Visions of Eternity is so far better than Jantho Wilds and Soto combined. PvP tea time. Long time since PvP tea time. Look, I don't really want to do a PvP tea time, and the reason for that is that I don't really like navel gazing conversations. I find them to be kind of boring, and realistically, talking about PvP, it's just going to be shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Like the podcast. And that's actually why I don't really do tea time anymore, guys, because every tea time to me just sounds like shoulda, woulda, coulda. And that's just boring. I find that boring. Well, it's, you know, in a way, it's one of the reasons why I'm, eventually going to be, moving to Guild Wars 3 and World of Warcraft, right? Is because Guild Wars 2 to me, as a game, feels like shoulda, woulda, coulda at this point. You know, it feels like all of the conversation is about a version of the game that doesn't and will never exist. Hopefully that makes some sense. And I find it very difficult to engage. I find it very difficult to engage with a conversation that I know is ultimately pointless, right? I can't pretend. I'm just not good at pretending. I can't pretend that anything that we say on tea time means anything, because it doesn't. It's just candy floss, right? Like tea time and everything, all these conversations, they're candy floss. And that's, I guess, I struggle to stay engaged with that. Lost your pink glasses? Well, not really. It's just that when, I wouldn't say there was ever any pink glasses. Like, EOD felt like a really big rebound moment for the game. And then you had, like, Soto and Jantho Wilds, and it was, like, very obvious that that wasn't really, like, where it was going. Boom. Wait, can we get another one of these off? Oh, we can. Nice. Huge. A somber note? Maybe a little wistful, but I guess you could say somber. Read YouTube chat? I do read YouTube chat. Taking all the money they're making from their massively successful game and investing it into failing scrap side projects. Yeah, that was very unfortunate in Path of Fire, yeah. Is there much replayability? The hearts are more useful than Janther was. Well, I was actually really expecting them to fix that this patch. Like, look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I was really expecting a lot more. I was expecting like sweeping rewards changes to the meta events, to the hearts, probably a nerf to mirrors. I was expecting the balance to come through and they give like the first kind of pass on like addressing some of the really overpowered stuff. Like look, there's a reason my stream title is titled the way it is. I was actually suspecting this to be a pretty big patch. And it's honestly a nothing patch, to be completely honest with you. There's not really anything that's particularly relevant in the patch. Do I need to do Edge of the Mists more? Are you serious? Mirror reverse, they just nerfed it. You get less keys from doing the mirror itself, and they nerfed it fairly aggressively, I think, which that's fair enough, to be honest. Got the immobilize there. That was pretty dirty. OP PvE stuff. Basically all of the new specs, pretty much. The new specs. They're OP. They're busted. Play them. Go for this guy. The weakness is so good. I do Z DPS while I have weakness. Do you think World vs. World lives on in Guild Wars 3? I have actually no idea what Guild Wars 3 looks like. We have no idea. Why ArenaNet settles? Because I kept spending money on bikini skins and gemstones even though the content is lacking. Seethe. True. I mean, that is a Giga Chad move, to be honest. Got the Nightfall off there. Well, yeah, dude, the enemy Zerg trying to fight on the corner is ambitious, in my opinion. Goodness me. A blog post about World vs. World future. Look, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is basically it for World vs. World, man. Like, this is it. It's over. I mean, well, it's not over, but I think this is how World vs. World will end up looking. I think it'll be most like rewards changes in the future, like achievements and stuff. But I think that in terms of like systems, this is probably about it. The matchmaker update was rolled back. Oh, I guess maybe the UI was not quite working. Rarely see res skills used at all. Oh, res skills are insane, Zari, actually, in World vs. World. They're like a really key part of the meta now in like every class. Druid, Guardian, Mesmer even. Illusion of Life is a skill that sees a bunch of play in World vs. World. Like Signet of Undeath. These are all really powerful tools, actually. Like res utility in PvP is very strong. It was like, for example, in the recent tournament Master of the Arena, it was like a really key component of the metagame and how it played out, particularly because, you know, the Luminary has access to it with Signet of Mercy. How long will the time skip be to Guild Wars 3? Comparative features, good to have rankings. That, I mean, that they actually probably will add something like that eventually, kind of like the whole making winning matter thing. So that would be nice to kind of top it off. But there's no roadmap on that. We don't know like when that's going to be on the table. We haven't heard about it for a very long time, unfortunately. Isn't it fresh meat only recently returning after? Yeah, it's like a really robust part of the metagame. Because you can kind of get deleted. I'm sure you've experienced this, right? You can kind of get destroyed, like nuke from orbit in World versus World pretty quickly. So being able to kind of like recover people who get taken out is like really, really powerful. So yeah. It's very common, like, you know, War Banners, Spirit, Glyph of the Stars, right? Signet of Mercy, like all of this kind of stuff is really powerful in the game. OG Drax, thanks to the Prime. A character importer from Guild Wars 2? Nah, the games will be totally separate. You're not gonna like carry over any progress or anything into Guild Wars 3. Deal with Sky. Boom. This ability is actually really good. It's really, really good actually. Especially on a heal build. No, it'd be so sick if you could take well, Wielder's Boon is so cool, but Soul Twisting and Lingering Spirits are just insane. It's like hard to take it, I think. It'd be so sick. If you could actually take these two, that'd be so sick. I guess mostly Wielder's Boon. You don't really need this one as well, because it doesn't really affect weapons. But yeah, sharing both stacks of all this, like full stacks of Resilient, full stacks of Weapon of Warding would be very hype. Yeah, exactly. Because if they nerf Lingering Spirits, Wielder's Boon is competitive, isn't it? Because of the Splinter weapon stacks and the Nightmare weapon stacks, right? So if they actually nerf Lingering Spirits a little bit, like you could end up running Wielder's Boon on DPS ret, right? Is potential because of how good Splinter weapon is. And that means, yeah, you can have like, oh, dude, sharing that in PvE will be so strong. Well, yeah, because the spirits will reveal you. But I mean, if the spirits didn't reveal you, you wouldn't, you wouldn't use it, right? Collins, is it surprising that not many games have done something like Hom and Extra Life? I don't think that's surprising. I don't think it's really that surprising though, is it? Because like most games tend to not make like new versions of themselves. They just continue. Double hitting the Dragon Void? Wait, do they actually? That's crazy. Wait, that's insane. That your burst must be like outrageous then. On Suwon. Gazel, likes the tier 1. Or Gaziel. I don't know. Hype train incoming, guys. I love hype trains. I love hype trains. People are gonna just want themselves. Yeah, look, I have seen an alarming amount of people, Zlin, think that it's fresh. Right, it's like a fresh copy, in like a fresh version of the game. And I can't even blame ArenaNet for this, because it's pretty clear about what it is, but people are just not fucking reading that shit. And like, I actually think there is a very good reason to be hyped though, to actually be fair here. I think it is pretty hyped. Because to me, it really smells like they're gonna put a couple of devs on it and eventually make new content, which I think is really cool. So I think it's very likely that there's going to be new Guild Wars 1 content at some point in the future. Yeah, but there is definitely a lot of people overhyping themselves a little bit about what's going on. It is not fresh. It is not a remaster. There's some really cool stuff, though. I do like it a lot. $64 gigabytes of DDR5, 6,000 megahertz. Oh, shit. For 110. That's good value. This movie deserved to be snubbed for the Oscar nomination. Okay, what have we got here? What the hell is this? 2 scientists are placed into a 3-year hibernation. When they wake up, it turns out to have been 50 years. And they are the only 2 males in a new underground society composed exclusively of women. And the title of the film is Sex Mission. Is this like a repopulation thing or what? Like, what's going on here? There's like just no men left over? I mean, that's crazy. Magrest. Frogwide. It's a classic movie, yeah? The reviews are decent. Yeah, it's got 7.5 out of 10 on IMDb. So it's clearly not the worst film. That's not bad. You know, that's pretty good. Could be a lot worse. Sokos has seen it. He's a Kuma. Wait, Darren's is messaging me something. Wait, what the fuck is this shit? Oh no. Darren's died in the first 5 minutes of Ion 2. I mean, that's good. Like, if the game will kill you early on, that's actually hype. I'm not even here. Well, I just saw the DM you sent me an hour ago. And it's Team YouTube with their copy-pasted replies. You know, I'm going to say it. This is actually not a fucking banger. This is not unexposed. All this is just the fact that they use templates to reply to people. This is actually very standard. Like, people are probably shitting on YouTube for this, but this is like basic shit, to be honest. It's not a big deal. They just use like templates for their replies on Twitter. Looks like someone got banned. Doesn't he have good combat? Well, I mean, dude, wait. Was anyone thinking that Aeon 2 is actually going to be good? That is not, that's not, that's Cope. That's insane Cope. Why didn't they add hardcore to Guild Wars 1? I think because it's kind of weird in Guild Wars 1, to be honest, because it's actually kind of hard. Like, the thing is that, dude, hardcore in Guild Wars 1 is fucking dangerous, man. Like, it does get less dangerous as you get more powerful, but even when you do it, it's like very easy to die, I think. it's very easy to die in a classic raid and in classic dungeons. But dude, like, it is so easy to die, like, early on in... Oh, dude, Guild Wars 1 Prophecies HC was so sick. I'm so glad we did that. It was so sick. Like, once you do the other expansions, it does get a lot easier. But still, Prophecies was so good. It was so good. Oh. Wait, I was going to say something. What was I going to say? I've forgotten. Oh, yeah. Also, I'm dropping a nuke. Do you guys... This actually fucking triggered me a bit, guys. I admit I got triggered. Do you guys remember when people were saying, ooh, you guys are going to die to Shiro. Ooh, Shiro's so fucking hard. And I said, guys, you literally just take fucking Shadow Song on Ritualist and he does literally nothing. Okay? Like, we're playing ST Rit, guys. Like, he does nothing. We're like, ooh, but he transfers the Condis, bro. So, yeah, once every 10 attacks, then the spirit, like, blinds him again. He's fucking useless. Like, dude, Shiro is pissed. Yeah, Rotscale was the demolisher. Rotscale claimed, you know, got Vivi and got Benjamin. Okay, but, you know, the Shiro was a joke. If our com didn't force him to most scuff, but dude, your build was based, Mice. Okay, you had a based build. I actually think it wasn't your build though actually insanely sick. You were some kind of like heal curse man, right? That was like your job. You would just like put curses on people and heal us. That's actually mega roleplay. That's a high tier build, in my opinion. Every single role in the team. Yeah, it's because nobody wanted to play like utility. We're doing, you look, listen, I was doing my part, okay? I volunteered. I was the healer, okay? I played heal. And then everyone else was like, okay, me DPS. Yeah. Heal Bip curses. Yeah, that's so hype, actually. He was the mega support. The giga support. Mice vegan. Oh, shit. Where's she getting? Where's she dying? Yeah, I don't think I'm going into that. Get some picks here. Dude, finally we're in a match that's actually active, though. Dude, seriously, I feel like the last, like, couple of weeks have just been dead as fuck in World vs. World. Finally, we have some actual content. HC run back with Reforged. I mean, we should definitely continue it. Like, I'll definitely go back and continue the HC. And we'll maybe just finish it. We can finish Nightfall at least. They're dragons in Guild Wars 1? Yeah. Kind of. Smaller ones. Undead ones. Rotscale. Rotscale, also known as the Breaker. Wallpaper featuring Rotscale. There he is. All the zones that changes, pre-searing will be silver. That is true, actually, yeah. Stay in the server option instead of choosing a guild. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? Like, what if you don't want to use any of your guilds as a World vs. World guild? Nightfall, either North and DOA. Yeah, for sure. You know what would be based? Okay, dude, this would actually be like non-trivial, but doing Malix without exploiting would be fucking based. Because I feel like, doesn't everyone just exploit Malix? At this point, like, and just pull them out the room? We haven't done the deep yet. I really like the deep. We need to go do the deep. We only did Urgos. We should definitely do the deep. Well, what do we think is harder? I feel like I don't even know actually. Is the deep harder than Urgos' Warren? I have no idea. I think I prefer the deep. I like the deep more than Urgos' Warren. I'm not sure how I feel about the difficulty though. Urgos almost won. I mean, dude, we had to like low man it, right? We pushed onwards after having some deaths. Plunger. Right. I am done. Not for the stream, though. I'm going to go quickly rejuice, guys. I'm going to rejuice up, get a cup of tea, I think. And then I'm going to be delivering you guys YouTube slop. I was expecting to be doing balance patch slop today, but that is simply not the case. Dude, the tier 1 subs are looking good. I am going to actually try out these tier 1 subs. We need 300 total, so we need like another 120. Bloodstone Relic got nerfed. I mean, yeah, like barely anything changed, right? They fixed some bugs, which is good. I like that. But yeah, that's it. Dude, they actually nerfed. This is fucking funny, dude. I'm actually really curious on the thought process of this. They nerfed short bow, and this is to nerf hollow, I assume, in PvP. But the question is, why? Feels weird to nerf a core, essentially core thing, because of elite specs, to be honest. But I guess that's not, doesn't mean you should never nerf something in core, but. And you have flamethrower gets nerfed in world versus world. I mean, dude, NG DPS is pretty cooked. I'll admit that. Like Hollow and Amalgam, both very good. Guild Wars 1 remake. Ooh, dude. People are really getting the wrong idea, guys. You gotta, no, it's not a remake. It's not a remake, guys. Dude, Guild Wars 1 is such a banger game. What a high tier game. First time playing? Yeah, it's really good. I think you'll enjoy it. Like, the combat is really fun in Guild Wars 1. Right. I'm gonna, look, enjoy this splash art of Devonna. You got the other characters in the background. Guild Wars Reforged. I'll be about real quick, guys. And when I return, we are going to be doing YouTube slop. Yeah, dude, Divana has the nerf hammer. That's why it wasn't used in Guild Wars 2. YouTube slop is incoming. You will have your serving of slop.
How can I help? May the Six watch over you. Good to meet you. May the Six watch over you. May the Six watch over you.
Deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji.
How's it going? How's it going? May the Six watch over you. the six watch over you.
Frog wide, 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 frog wide. Don't pull out frog wide, 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 frog wide.
Greetings. How's it going?
I've returned. Wait, frog wide is not disabled, guys. Wait, is the chat being weird? Deciduous tree. I'll refresh it. Okay.
How can I?
What are all these frog wides? Dude, wait, this clip is so good. Like, Hassan reacted to Team Party. This one is so good. That's honestly, that's one of the best Twitch clips ever. Like, well, I guess the original of that. David, to thank the tippers. Wait, were there actually any tips? Do people, what do you guys donate? Okay. Wait, did someone actually do Deciduous Tree? Oh yeah, they actually did. And Frogwide. Champion maps with the Frogwide, and then Big Gaming Gamer with the Deciduous Tree. Wait, what's that? What's that one actually? What is this? Wait, beverage box? Is that what that is? What? How does it sound? I don't want to click replay on that because then it will play it again. Which is quite undesirable, I think.
Deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji,
okay.
deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, deciduous tree emoji, deciduous tree emoji, beverage box emoji, beverage box emoji,
Yo, Planix, what's going on? Plenga. Planix, this is actually crazy news, but the name that won the poll for the new guild, Planix, is the Plenga Boys. So we're renaming to the Plenga Boys. It's crazy. Amazing news. Yeah, it's really cool. Very exciting news. Let's find a new rock here in Castora. This seems like a decent spot. Let's go in the jumping puzzle. It's a bit weird. Wait, can you... Oh yeah, you can't use mounts, can you? Wait, can you use mounts here? There's no shot. Wait. Huh? That's insane. Oh wait, no. Does it just... Wait, does it disable the mount when you start the jumping puzzle? I can't even remember. If it does or not. Ah, yeah, it probably does. Yeah, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Guild Wars 3 isn't in development. It was a Guild Wars 1 re-release. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't think so, actually. Let me actually have a look. Further revenue that ArenaNet lacked with VOE's lack of success. I feel like VO, I guess we'll find out how well VOE did, but I would imagine it did pretty well. Because it is good. It's a good expansion. Let me see. What actually is this? Hardware compatibility, Steam Deck. And they changed the UI. Updated logo. Guild Wars Reforged. To be honest, I'm not sure I like it that much. I like the helmet of Guild Wars 1, to be honest, guys. Like, the helm is a sick... It's iconic. Further improvements to the game. Okay. There's not really a lot of intel here. Look, when did ArenaNet start doing this art style, by the way? Because wait, whoa. Guys, check me here. Am I cooked? I feel like this art style is actually very distinct. I think VOE's art style is very different to how it's been previously, right? Was it VOE? Yeah, it almost doesn't look like, I don't know. I have a hard time connecting this art style to Guild Wars 1 and even 2, really. Like, I don't know. It doesn't like fire along the Guild Wars 2 neurons. Marketing stuff, switch gears, Vision of Eternity. Working with Valve on how to probably have Guild Wars Reforged without breaking it for existing players. We surprised our QA team with a request for a smoke test. Less abstract? Yeah. It just looks a bit different. I'm not even saying I don't like it, it just looks different. What did they actually do to the game? Ah, they fixed this. That's a good fix. Dude, resolute stance healing down states, that is disgusting, by the way. It's so fucking disgusting. That is a big, yeah. So to be clear, guys, that's the heal skill of Luminary. Heals down states up until today, which heals, and it heals a lot. So this is actually very, very powerful. Okay. Luminary buffs? I don't think it was a buff. It's a nerf. Paragon buff, though. This is a cool one. Dude, Paragon having an AoE stun break baseline is high tier. That's cool. So Chant of Freedom break stuns for you and for your allies. And that's just like baked into your kit. It's a bit toothless. It is, yeah, because I've always associated Guild Wars. Guild Wars 1 is a very gothic game, right? You know, it really has that... What style is it? It has that darker style to it. You really see that in Ascalon, you know? You have these towering structures, gargoyles on them, right? Like that type of architecture. I don't want to go too hard on it. It's just, it was a very just like random observation I have, guys. It's not a big deal or anything, but yeah, the art style is very interesting here. I have one of each from 9 classes. I mean, yeah, there you go. Look, the screen controls, looking for a mobile release. I could see it. To be honest, it would be weird. I don't know how that would work control scheme wise, but I could see them trying to go multi-platform for sure, yeah, with the Guild Wars 1. That would be a good way to kind of get it out there and get people engaged, get people playing it. I could 100% see them doing that. Are you glad you did the tournament for the balance changes? I mean, the balance changes I don't think would have really... I don't think they really have... Do they affect PvP in any meaningful way? Oh, I think the line of sight check ones do, right? Yeah. The line of sight checks are relevant because I think there's some like weird shit going on with Evoker or something. Yeah. I don't think it would have changed much though. You'd still play it, I think. Nerf Warrior? I mean, Warrior is pumping in World vs. World. So I guess that's why they're nerfing it. I mean, look, you got Paragon. That's a nice buff for Paragon there. Pete Guild Wars 1 art. So yeah, this is pretty sick. Look at that. Scrit swipe requires line of sight instead of pathing check. Huh, that's a weird bug. Oh, that's actually so cool. So, oh wait, so you couldn't scrit swipe on people in PvP who were like above you almost. That's actually so interesting to me because that says that the original roleplay was going to be like you'd like send out a scrit and it would like run up to your opponent and then actually steal stuff out of it. So I think that's why it was like that. But I think they moved away from that idea. That was probably a little bit too clumsy for how the combat system works. But I think their original RPs was you'd literally send out the scrit. Oh, Evoker. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's some other changes here. Evoke. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Yeah, they are nerfing Evoker a lot. Wait, why did we nerf Gale Shot? I feel like Gale Shot is one of the... One of the elite specs that's like not really popping off in PvP right now. And I guess it's just like destroying noobs. But it's not really being played at high level right now. Yeah, dude, Boy Shake is a good emote. Gale shot is not the main concern. I'm surprised there's nothing for Conduit here. Maybe it wasn't immediately obvious like how good Conduit was when they were doing this. Because Conduit, guys, is insane. It is so good. It is so insanely strong. It feasts. The other reminder that dark awesomeness is real. I mean, has he really dropped nukes?
Maybe this person hard died. Ooh, Elcock. That's rough.
Ooh, calling him out.
I'm not a huge fan of resing full downs. I'm gonna be honest.
Doesn't res the full downs either. I mean, it is based. It is actually based. So there. Wait, let's see. What's in the trailer? Remember how it all started. Rendering refinements. No monthly sub. That's true. Guild Wars Reforged. Dude, why do they call it Reforged? That's a cool I like this. This is a pretty cool animation, actually. Ooh, look at that. I like that. What do they call it? It's a good question, actually. I'm not sure what a good word for it would be. But I just think that, you know, calling anything, going with the Reforged direction is just funny, given Warcraft 3 Reforged. They should have called it Guild Wars Reformed. Steam Deck verified? Yeah, I don't really use a Steam Deck, but I'm sure that those who do are gonna enjoy it. They're gonna be enjoyers of this. Guild Wars, one last milk. Do you feel yourself being milked, Nike? Is that what this is? Or do you think that, you know, the game is being milked? Maybe the players actively want to be milked. Let's see, did they do anything relevant here? Just like a bunch of bug fixes, right? Okay. Wait, Mox and the Webby hatchling. Never played it. Do you not think they might add some new content though as well, Nike? Yeah. W0 new. Wait, wait, whoa. Guys, to be clear, in my YouTube slot, I think they might do new content. I think they might do new content, guys. I really do. Do you guys think I'm coping? Oh shit. That's code, dude. I'm a guild. The thing is, I'm an enjoyer. Like, I would love to see that. I would definitely play that. Yeah, because hold on, they have a studio on it, guys. Like, they have a dev studio on it. What do they talk about here? We plan to keep collaborating with our partners at 2 weeks to make further improvements to the game in the future. If you've never filled out your hormones, there's no better time to get started. There are like 4 people on it? Yeah, but that will be enough to maybe add, I don't know, like another little quest or something, a couple of extra quests. Fix some bugs, obviously, like, you know, do that sort of stuff. Maybe even some balance tweaks here and there. Add a couple of new skills, new boss type enemies maybe to go and battle in the world somewhere. Doing new content with the announcement makes 0 sense. Well, maybe they haven't decided yet. Maybe they're going to see how it goes, right? Maybe that we'll find out. Dude, Lara is interviewing them. We'll know. We're gonna find out the truth. We're gonna find out the secrets hidden within. The secrets hidden within. Yeah, exactly. Frenchie here in the chat. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. And yeah, they did nerf the Ecto Farm, guys. They like nuked the Ecto Farm. Wait, also Nike, do you remember, bro, when people were actually memeing us for saying they're gonna nerf it? Dude, we were actually getting like flamed for saying they were gonna nerf this. And look what happened. They fucking nerfed it. We win again. Mirror Farm isn't even worth doing now. Wait, is it actually dog shit? Wait, how bad is it, guys? Is it nuclear or what? Rate this. What we have is this forbidden? Oh shit, this is forbidden, isn't it? Ooh. Inspiration and or. Wait, how much DPS is do grabber? What's the DPS? This is what I'm fucking talking about. Wait, altered chord though. Oh shit. Oh, because you want the damage. Oh. Wait. Could it? Wait. Oh, dude, but Fortissimo is so insane. How could you play without this? And aren't you going to be like slightly cucked on clones? I guess maybe not that much. Dude, playing without this is just despair, no? Because this is 20% all stats on Selly. 20% all stats. How could you turn that down on Celestial? There's no way this one can be better. Although you do get 5 confusions. Oh, this is not up to date, is it? Either. And surely there's got to be some kind of cook here. Taking Chaos and Inspiration seems kind of expensive, though. I feel like you do no damage on this build, right? I think you can... I think you have to play... Chaos and maybe not Inspi. Because I don't think you're going to do any DPS on this. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe we'll try it. The forbidden one. The forbidden one. Dude, I need to do YouTube slot. I'm actually so tired. I put all of my energy, guys. I put every single joule of energy into the tournament. I have now imploded. Depleted? Yeah, I'm goddamn depleted. I don't know why they always load the images like mega low res. Because look how shitty this image is. Like I feel like this almost like is almost like missing the point. I guess this is how it is normally sized, but the resolution is so low. You know what I mean? Looks like ass. Wait, this is Awesomeness's job. Awesomeness, fix it. Why are the images rat pixels when I'm just scrolling through it? What do you mean you prefer it low? It's the same here, because if I want to actually have a good look at these images, I can't even do it. You have to click on them, right? I wish I could see all of them at the same time, but they're really, really low resolution until you click them. They're actually really nice. These are great screenshots, right? They're really beautiful, actually. But the problem is I have to actually click. I can't just like see them natively in the page. This is something that I have noticed. It's like this in all of the blogs, actually. I do not like it. Yeah, I love this one. This one was great. Like, man, I love snow areas, and Guild Wars 1 does it really well. So does Guild Wars 2, actually. This is really sick. Like all the chains and stuff, the machinery here. It's very nice. You're saying the thumbnails are too low res? Yes. Because well, that's what it feels like anyway. Because even on 100%, this is like how this is how it is natively, I guess, on the website. Even here, like I feel like when I look at this, I feel like I need to go and see an eye test, right? Like it just doesn't look right. And yeah, when I zoom in to actually see it, like, look at this. It's vile. It's putrid. I felt the same here as well. Like I can't really get a good look of these images without individually clicking on them to actually see how they look. Yeah, and again, like even on 100%, I thought the resolution is still not great here. Or I guess like the compression, I guess. Because the resolution obviously wouldn't change, it's the compression. Or whatever is being done here. I thought the thumbnails were the graphics and the zoomers were the new ones. I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure they're all in the new version of the game. Right. It's time. Oh wait, old article. About 2 weeks. Double Find an Undead Lab. Wait, Undead Labs? What? Isn't that where Ben works now? Yeah, wait, what? Wait, surely Ben P is not involved in this. Industry, wait, what is the context here? Double Fine and Undead Labs vets launch experimental web game studio. Wait, industry veterans Brand Dillion and Richard Fogg have launched a new studio for 2 weeks to rapidly create experimental products for the open web. Wait, what the fuck? The Perix. Small experimental prototypes at lightning speed and ship them straight to you in the open web. Wait, are we whoa, 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 whoa. Are they? What is this? What is this? What the? Oh, shit. Fat princess. Wait, also, wait, hold on a minute, awesomeness. Why do they say Double Fine and Undead Lab Vets, but they don't mention the fact that both of these guys worked at ArenaNet on Guild Wars 2 as a programming lead? And StarCraft? Dude, what is this journalism? What is this? What? This is weird. Yeah, these are Guild Wars 1 and 2 devs. The only reason I thought it was maybe it was something to do with Ben was because Ben, I'm not sure if he still works there, but he went to Undead Labs to work on State of Decay after Guild Wars 2. What a loss that was. Cheese Chase. Create new run. Oh shit. This is a game changer, guys. This is a fucking game changer. Okay. The fuck is, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, oh wait, okay, you have to like, wait. Wait, how does this work? Wait, how does that? Wait, what's the? Wait, is it like arrow keys? What? Oh! It's crashing. What? What is this? Wait, I don't know the control scheme. It just falls over. Wait, how do you? Wait, I need to see the controls. I'm pressing keys, but like nothing happens. What? You can like face the person. Wait, what's this? Dude, the music's fire. Wait, what are the controls, guys? They're like, wait, I don't understand. Like, he just flops over. Wait, mouse left. Wait, is it mouse? Okay, hold on. I'll try. Wait, dude, as soon as I press any button, he just falls over. Wait. Ready? Wait, is that like wait, I need to, is there like controls anywhere that are listed? I don't, wait, create new run. Okay. Cheese. Okay. 100, okay, all right, okay. Seems good. Create. Let's roll. So what are the controls here, guys? What? Dude, why does it play that sound? It's terrifying. And he just falls over. And then it exception thrown. See JavaScript, the game just fucking explodes. Click, oh, you click and hold the go, wait, what? That's kind of weird. But okay, you click and hold? All right, okay, let's do the first cheese run. Ready? Go. Oh! Whoa! What? Oh my god. Okay. Why is it so loud? I think why? Okay, we have to find a way to get to the cheese, guys. Wait, do we have to like position differently? We've got to get to the cheese. Wait, what happens if we like hit into the rock? I was hoping we could like use it as a ramp, but that's clearly not the way to go, yeah. I mean, how are we gonna get enough speed to get to the cheese, guys? I'm not sure that's possible. We have to like go right down the middle like this. You can go at a different angle. I think the game's too difficult, guys. I actually just don't see how we're gonna, I don't see how we're gonna get to that cheese, you know? Ooh. Ouch. Okay. Then it dies. No, the button disappears. The button disappears. You can't keep holding it. Wait, is this working intentionally? Wait, is it right click or left click? Because I know I'm just left clicking. Maybe, wait, do I need to spam? Okay, no, never mind. Okay, never mind. This is just not working, guys. And yeah, this is from the same people who made Guild Wars Reforged. Cheese chase. Wait, how do you, has anyone beaten this, guys? Has anyone beaten this? Who here has beaten Cheese Chase? Wait, yeah, do we just have to like make the cheese land closer? Is this like impossible or what? But, wait, I mean, wait, are you saying that the cheese roll was too good? Do we have to do like a shittier cheese roll? Okay. Let's try and do that. Like, where can we try and get the cheese stuck? The problem is it's probably kind of bouncy, right? Okay, well, let's see if we can get it stuck like here, maybe. Well, that didn't really work, did it? Okay, let's try this. Okay, okay, hold on. Will it get stuck? Dude, the cheese just went past. Okay, no. Okay, right. We can move. Okay, we can move here. Let's see. Where can we get the cheese stuck? Okay, if we do, what if we do this? Can we get it stuck? I like how you can't reset until after it's done, by the way. So if you send the cheese in, you have to wait. Wait, can we just get it stuck on the fence? What if we just send it to the side? Holy! It's out of bounds. Okay. All right. There's some there's some potential here, right? Okay. Okay. Let's try this. Holy shit! The graphics are too much. Oh, wait. Is this a win? Oh, this is a win. No. Oh, that is a win, my friends. Oh yeah. Now, okay, real talk though. Dude, do they want to make a Guild Wars 2 web version? Because, okay, wait. This is, what's got me suspicious here is, Guild Wars 1, sorry, not Guild Wars 2. They wouldn't do that for Guild Wars 2. We want to get games in your hands fast. No app installations, no high-end devices required. Pure gaming joy. Everyone as quick as we can serve it up. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah. Because that would make it like RuneScape. You could like run the Guild Wars 1 in your browser. That is a very, very interesting meme. It combines the thrill of horse racing with the strategy of Texas Hold'em. For the open web, that is really interesting. Some outsourcing work to hook the lights on. Well, I mean, these are all clearly like demos, right? These are clearly like, you know, tech demos of like the kind of stuff that they can do. We don't have any job. They don't need anyone. They do not need anyone. I found out how to go further. Wait, how do you go further? Wait, how do you, what are the controls? Can you press spacebar or something? I haven't tried that yet, actually. Okay. No! It's not very stable, is it? If you let go of the mouse, just you reach the end of the track, you'll jump. Oh shit. Okay. Oh! Wait, let's see if we can get the other cheeses. Wait, how do I go back to the main menu? Wait, let's just see it. Let's see if we can get into the bucket. Oh no, I slipped. Oh, dude, I got the timing in the foot. No, dude, why is it so unstable? Are you kidding me? Why is it exploding? Wait, what is this one? The fuck is this? Horse simulator. Whoa, S plus plus? Holy shit. Dude, what horse should we bet on? I wasn't looking at any of that. Guys, what should we bet on, guys? What's it gonna be? What's the fucking right horse? What's the best horse? Quick, guys, tell me which one to bet on. I'll bet on this one. Wait, how do I even place it? Look at them go. Oh? Oh shit. Dude, wait, what is getting destroyed? Wait, how do I bet on a horse? Okay, we bet on 5, surely. 5 is owning. Wait. Oh wait, do we have to, place? Oh shit, dude, I just like randomly clicked stuff and then something happened. Oh, dude, this one's going out big time into the lead. Oh shit. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know how to play this card game, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. But I do know that 6 is winning. Or at least I think, anyway. Our final card. Miss Tragedy scores 2 pairs. Will it be enough to carry them through to the end? Oh, whoa! Oh, look at this recovery! Oh, whoa! Galactic Stride has won it at the last second. That's crazy. Popped the ult and just went all in. Wow. Twin Editor. Kaiju Defense Club. Long Weekend. This is crazy stuff. This is incredible content. I mean, it kind of is. Wait, also, whoa. Is this the same 2-week studio? Is there a way to actually confirm that? Do they talk about the Guild Wars 1 stuff? Is there do we know this is the same one? Wait, maybe we join their Discord? I'm joining. I'm in. How would you describe yourself? A gamer. What are your favorite 2 weeks games? Well, obviously fucking Cheese Chase, dude. Are you kidding me? All right, I'm in. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Here because of the Guild Wars announcement. And yeah, yeah, they're reacting to it. Is actually, yeah, it's confirmed. This is the same studio. Well, of course it is actually, because it's this guy. And he worked on Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. But I guess that could have been an insane coincidence. I mean, look, if they made dude, look, I was a little bit worried about this 2 weeks thing, guys, but now that I saw that they made Cheese Chase, it's game over, right? Like, to be honest, I don't want to say this, guys, but I am going to say it. Guild Wars 2 is dead. Cheese Chase and Guild Wars 1 are replacing it as my main games. Home stretch bet, guys, I'm going to be honest, I think they went too experimental here, right? They pushed themselves a bit too much. They didn't stick the landing. This is where I do have to draw a line, right? They've gone too far here. Yeah? They're out of their element. But yeah, these devs are actually very based. But yeah, Cheese Chase is fucking game of the year. Dude, wait, aren't people talking shit? They're saying, oh, Arc Raiders is game of the year, bro. Oh my God. Or Expedition 33. Oh yeah, bro, it's game of the year. Dude, are you kidding me? Are you trolling? Game of the year is Cheese Chase. Cheese. Omega. So on the YouTube video, well, you can blame Awesomeness. He linked this. Although, honestly, you guys not glad that he did? I feel like you should be. So what did this guy do? Dude, SC2, SC1, Guild Wars 1, Nightfall, Eye of the North, Guild Wars 2. I don't know any of these fucking games, but they're probably based. Kickstarter game, lead programmer here. Programming lead, programmer. Guild Wars 2 designer. State of Decay, dude. Look, all you need to know is this guy worked with Ben P. Probably. Maybe. I'm not sure. That's all you need to know, guys. God of War combat designer. State of Decay is kind of hype. Yeah, I've not played it, but yeah. Wait, are people, look, people need to not be coped up, though, Zlin. This is going to be bad, bro. Yeah, people are not reading this shit. Like, look, I think this is awesome. And actually, for what it's worth, guys, this does give me a little bit of copium. I admit that. To me, this does whiff. This does whiff of they want to have a couple of devs, maybe adding a skill here, a quest there, that, you know, maybe a boss, right? Here and there, fixing a couple of bugs like that. It gives me a whiff of that. I'm not saying that's guaranteed though, right? I think that's the difference in my take, I guess, is that I'm not saying they've confirmed that here, but I've got a little sniff of it. You know what I'm saying? I've got a whiff. Maybe long term, we could see some. Wait, Lara. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Lara. I guarantee you. You have missed the real story here, okay? Luckily, I have very, very good news for you, okay? Very good news for you. As always, I'm gonna give you guys the real story. Okay? Look, you guys need to get on over here, okay, to the website for 2 weeks, okay? This is fire, guys. Hold on, let me show you this stuff. Check this out. Have you seen the games that these devs have made? This is sick. Check this game out, Lara. Cheese Chase. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. We've got to get, and then you throw a cheese, and you have to chase it. I got the jump. Oh, wait, surely we get it. Boom. No. It's a miss. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we can try again. Maybe get a slightly more accurate hit. A line this way. This is the WoW killer, guys. Huh? Oh, nice. Okay. It's a good thing there's no physics in Guild Wars 1, yeah? What was that physics? I slipped. It's over. I slipped again. It's really not obvious when you're supposed to release the mouse. The game is too hard. The game is way too hard. I can't do it. I can't. And the game's crashed. But yeah, these guys have been involved in some cool stuff, though, actually. We've been kind of looking at it and talking about the Guild Wars 1 stuff. Right, Starcraft, Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, right, State of Decay. State of Decay got me hyped up because I know Ben P went to work at Undead Studios. I was thinking there's no shot Ben P's involved. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it is. I'm not sure. I don't think Ben P worked on Guild Wars 1, actually, if I recall correctly. Only Guild Wars 2, so that wouldn't make a crazy amount of sense. But yeah, here's the raid, of course, Lara. And well, very excited to see what you are going to be interrogating the devs over tomorrow as well. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. It's going to be a fun time. The cheese. Ask them about the cheese. Yeah, dude, Laurie, you need to ask them about cheese. You need to ask them what their best score is on Cheese Chase. Yeah, I felt we need to get intelligence on that, right? Like what? In fact, yeah, don't even ask them about Guild Wars 1. Just ask them about Cheese Chase instead. That's actually the secret. That's what we need to see happen here. Or ask them if they're going to add Cheese Chase to Guild Wars 1. That's also a possibility, I feel like. You know what the craziest part is, guys? I haven't even actually gone over this yet. I stalled because I was warming my voice up because my voice hurts today from the tournament, and it doesn't feel good, to be honest. We're gonna have to actually do that now. Yeah, you do have to capture the cheese. You will have to run like a moa to capture the cheese. Slop not done. No, I haven't done the slop, Darren's, bro. I haven't done the slop, bro. Dude, my voice is dead, man. You gotta cut me some slack here. All right, I think it's about time to actually go for some YouTube slop, though. Brother, may I have some slop? Darren's at the slop, cooked like 3 hours after the drop. Dude, okay, look. The slop is not arriving at a good time, man. I'm dead after this tournament. I've been, like, sleeping all day. I haven't had time to be in gear to activate slop. Cheese Chase is catapult event in Ascalon. I guess it is a little bit like that, actually. Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe they were inspired, or maybe it's kind of like a you know, a both ways kind of thing. It's possible. It is indeed highly possible. Yeah, exactly. Convergent evolution. That's right. Cheese chase. Any cheese fans, guys? Eyes wide for slop. All right, go on then. Did I have Cheese Chase crashing being the highlight of the stream today? Listen, well, look, we aim to please. We aim to surprise. Come on then, guys. Come on, gather round. Come on, gather, assemble, assemble. YouTube slop time. Do not put a boba. Don't scare YouTube chat, guys. Don't scare them. We're getting this done. Yes. A boba. Gather. Oh, wait, we have gather here as well, actually. Look at that. Look at all those frogs just charging in. All right, then, gamers. Well. What an interesting surprise here. A bit out of nowhere this one, but we're actually having some updates to Guild Wars 1. In fact, Guild Wars 1 is being reforged. In fact, let's hope it goes a little better than that other game that got reforged, but we don't like to talk about that one so much. But I have every confidence that there could be some pretty interesting stuff here. But what is actually going on here? So let's talk about it. Okay, this year we've been grateful to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the launch of Guild Wars Prophecies and the start of the Guild Wars franchise. Spurred on by the wonderful community response, we're excited to announce Guild Wars Reforged, which will be available on December 3rd. Right, now, very, very important. Before we talk about what this is, we're gonna talk about what this isn't, because people are going crazy, they're going berserk, and I really want to help try to set these expectations here. This is not a remake. This is not a remaster, and this is not fresh, okay? What this is, and the closest thing that I can use with some kind of like, with a kind of a snappy set of words to describe it is, Guild Wars 1 is being slightly taken out of maintenance mode. Like, that's actually what's happening here. So just bear that in mind with what this actually is. So, what is going on here? Bundled price. So, Guild Wars Reforged, you buy it once, you get all of it. Makes sense. You're buying Guild Wars 1, the video game. Hardware compatibility. It's being added, it's been given Steam Deck support. Right? Support for modern controllers. The UI has also been redesigned with larger text options, and the game has support for high DPI displays. Visual and audio updates. Dynamic sky bloom effects, new ambient occlusion, and lighting updates take better advantage of modern GPUs. Other visual touch-ups refine textures to make for a cleaner visual experience, while new positional audio support makes the world more immersive. And there have been some UI updates here as well. Okay? So, boom, there you go. New quest tracking system and an on-screen control guide. So they're trying to make it a bit more new player friendly, bring it up to modern standards. Oh yeah, that is a good point actually. You don't get Eye of the North here, I guess. Like you get Prophecies, Factions, and Nightfall all in one. I guess you'll have to buy Eye of the North as well, if you want to get Eye of the North. So that's kind of the thing. I guess they think that one is kind of enough to stand on its own, I guess. So that's, you know, that's a thing, I suppose. That's also happening there, so bear that in mind. There's an updated logo as well, very, very exciting. And we're gonna get more details on this as well. Like, there's actually not a lot of detail here, guys, in this post. I think we're gonna learn a lot more about this over the next coming weeks and even tomorrow, because someone who just raided the stream to try and grief my sleep schedule. That's right, Lara is interviewing the devs tomorrow. And we'll get, I'm sure, a bunch of kind of more information, some context, some more details about what exactly is going to be going on there. And also perhaps some information about what the actual plan here, because right now the conversation is abuzz with, does this mean there's going to be new content, right? Are there going to be more graphics updates, right? You know, more new skills, balance tweaks, bug fixes, right? Blah, 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 blah. Everyone is just speculating wildly. And I think it's going to be really good to actually have some kind of contact with the developers here, talking about that and what the ideas might be. I'll tell you what, though, for like my own little bit of personal speculation here, guys, this to me does actually whiff a little bit of potentially actually developing some new stuff for Guild Wars 1. I'm not saying an expansion, right? But I could certainly imagine universes where we're getting new bosses that you can capture elite skills from, bug fixes. I can see them adding maybe some quests that finish off some storylines, right, potentially, that perhaps haven't been fully concluded within the current version of the game that exists, right? Stuff like that. I think is potentially on the table here, because this is my read, guys. Let me explain why I think that. I think their anniversary event went really well. I think a lot of people played, and I bet they made a bit of cash. And they were thinking, hold on a minute. We've got Guild Wars 1 here. Maybe we should do something with that, right? Because think about the MMO industry, like where we're at right now, guys. ArenaNet is very much in a way behind the curve on this. All the other studios that run MMOs, they're, bringing back their old games. You got WoW Classic, you got old school RuneScape, right? Those are the big ones. And people are going, oh yeah, we love that, right? And Guild Wars 1 is almost the outlier here. It still holds up, in my opinion, big time. I played the game a lot. Obviously, I've got my Hall of Monuments maxed out. I've got my, we played Hardcore again on the anniversary, all that kind of stuff. It's a great game. It really, really does hold up, but it didn't really ever have that re-release. I say this a lot on stream, actually. I think this is so... It's so tragically ironic here, in my opinion. Like, the reason why stuff like OSRS and Classic WoW kind of surged back onto the market and back into the public discussion about MMOs, do you know why that was? It's because those games basically got shut down and then brought back, yeah, in one way or another. But Guild Wars 1's just been going along the entire time, right? It's been, they just didn't shut the game down, right? So it never had that, like, resurgence. And I feel like this is almost what they're trying to do with this. They're trying to say, hey guys, we heard you guys like classic MMOs. We heard you like these classic MMORPGs. Well, here's a really good one. Remember this one? That's what this feels like. And I think that's a very savvy decision from ArenaNet. They can certainly get some players going here. Of course, it's not quite like those other games because it's not a relaunch. It's simply like a reminder this game exists. But look, I really do. But I am actually a big believer in Guild Wars 1. To be clear, I don't think this is some kind of cynical business move. I think ArenaNet have probably realized, well, could we just get a couple of devs on this and add stuff and almost have a little bit of a player base start to build up, get people actually playing this game a little bit? Right? Over time, again, we know they're cooking up other projects. Could they be looking to actually kind of have, essentially do what Blizzard is doing, right? And have multiple versions of their MMO? Do they want to do Guild Wars 1, 2, and 3 all at the same time? That will be really exciting, right? Like different games for different audiences, but also just a little bit of variety in your life, like within the franchise, right? That's how it works really well for Blizzard. You've got Retail WoW, Classic WoW, Remix, right? With Legion Remix, Season of Discovery, Hardcore. There's loads of stuff within that franchise that you enjoy that you can divide yourself up. And RuneScape does this too, like with leagues, for example, right? Like Iron Man, Hardcore, and of course like the regular realms as well, right? This is really good for keeping players engaged and kind of rotating people around, but moreover, just kind of giving people more of what they already want, right? More of the franchise, more of the universe that people really enjoy. So that would be, in my opinion, very smart. And I don't think you would need much. I really don't think you would need much, guys, to get this going. Like I said, look what happened when they added just a couple of new items with cool trails on and a new upgrade that gave you the primary stat from other professions, or when they added new elite skills to the game. Yeah, people got engaged. And I think ArenaNet have probably been looking at that going, there's maybe some potential here. We could, again, it's a small team, okay? 2 weeks are the devs who've been involved. And by the way, there's some crazy cool storylines about this. These are basically ex-Guild Wars devs, right? And they've had quite the interesting trek through the games industry before and since then, of course, but now kind of back working with ArenaNet. So it's basically ex-Guild Wars devs who are already familiar with the code base, already know what's going on with Guild Wars. And they're back in the mix now, bringing the invaluable insight and passion to the project. But look, there is something that's very interesting here as well. And this is potentially spicy, potentially very spicy. this studio actually specializes, or what they talk about. Let me see if I can. Wait, did I close Cheese Chase? It's over. Ah, yeah, here we go. So let's take a look at this. A new studio to rapidly create experimental projects for the open web. So specifically like web versions of web games, like they run in the web browser, essentially. And that is very interesting. Like, I mean, of course, this could be a bit of a red herring because it's probably more the, oh yeah, these are ex-Guild Wars devs we could potentially work with there to, you know, come back and work this project. And obviously, you know, this might be completely related to their kind of like their studio itself and what their studio does. But I wonder if they'd actually consider a web version of Guild Wars 1. Because of course, it's certainly doable, right? With, you know, with modern hardware, you could do that. But that would be interesting. I'm not even sure if that would be big. Like, would I want to play Guild Wars 1 in a web browser? I'm not sure about that one. You know, of course, RuneScape does it, right? But would we want to do that in Guild Wars 1? I have no idea. Maybe you would. Tell me if you want to. Mobile? Well, it doesn't really talk about mobile in this article, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? Okay, mobile Guild Wars 2 could be really fun. We've got controller support already, so console is also some potential there as well. It will be a bit awkward, obviously. We'd need a lot of updates, a lot of tweaks to make that possible. They've already kind of started to put the work in there as well. But yeah, really kind of got me thinking this stuff here as well. Very, very interesting, very curious to see what's going on. And yeah, I'm really happy to see this actually, because I'll tell you what, like I really did enjoy like replaying Guild Wars 1 when the anniversary came around and playing through on hardcore. And it's definitely a game that I view as extremely good. Like it's one of those games that I think has actually aged rather well. A couple of things haven't, or as they always do, obviously, but in general, Guild Wars 1 is really, really solid. And just, you know, you can see here, just look at the world that the game is, looking through all of these screenshots here at the bottom, which will now be even better. I imagine this is with all of those new lighting effects that we've been being told about within this article there as well. But yeah, I am really interested in where ArenaNet take this, and I hope we get details on this. I would love to hear their thought process on what their goals are with Guild Wars Reforged, okay, and where they want to see this project go down the line, right? Because this is a pretty interesting one. I cannot wait to see what they've cooked up, and I'll definitely be logging back in to Guild Wars 1 for this and continuing the hardcore adventure. If you're on YouTube, you probably thought we stopped ages ago, but spoiler alert, we actually made it all the way through factions, and indeed through Urgoz's Warren as well. So there's actually a lot of Guild Wars 1 hardcore that, well, with some pretty serious misadventures in there too, that hasn't been uploaded, but we might start getting those going once again. But look, dude, I tell you what, this would be so sick. Like, this would be so unbelievably sick. If there could be a universe where Guild Wars 1 and 2 were getting updates in parallel, I mean, goodness me, that is some absolute cinema right there. But I actually do feel look, right, listen up. Do not take that out of context, guys. They haven't said that. They have in no way implied or stated that within the article. I have to do a disclaimer. I've already seen people like hardline, mainlining copium that Guild Wars 1 is back. And I don't want to be a part of that, guys. I don't want to be a part of that, okay? I don't want any of you to be a part of that. Be responsible with your speculation, guys, okay? Copium is one hell of a drug. Do not overdose it. All I'm saying here is that I would like it if that happened, and that would be sick, because I am actually a big Guild Wars 1 enjoyer. And I think there's a little bit of a whiff of it, a teeny sniff, right? You know, just a hint of it drifting through the air. And look, if you want to go full conspiracy on this, guys, remember Colin, I think last year on Extra Life, said something like, you know, I'm paraphrasing here, but talked about how, you know, if they were going to go back, they would have kept Guild Wars 1 going. So could this be that happening in retroactively? I guess we'll find out. But anyway, that'll do it for now. Not too much to chew on here, but stay tuned for more updates. I will, of course, go over all of this stuff down the line, when it all gets unleashed into the world, into reality. But that's all for now. They even did a little trailer over here, guys. Look at this little trailer. But anyway, let me know what you think, gamers. Leave your comments down below, okay? Like the video, subscribe. Are you gonna log into Guild Wars 1? Are you a Steam Deck player? Right, I don't know. Are you ready for some enhanced UI? Are you ready for not having a monthly sub? Dude, imagine if they brought back a monthly sub for this. That would be funny, okay? They just like, they said, yeah, Guild Wars 1 Reforged, we reforged the sub fee as well. Although actually, phrasing, it never had a sub fee, obviously. I was memeing. But anyway, that'll do it. Leave comments, follow, subscribe. That's it. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time. I'm out of here. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. Shout out to YouTube. Okay, there we go. Wait, dude, wait. Have people... wait, I want to check out the Steam charts. How many people are logging on to Guild Wars 1? Guild Wars... Oh. Nobody! Nobody's logging on! Yeah. It's over. Game's dead. The game is fucking dead, dude. Yeah, I don't own it on Steam. I just play it with the launcher. The stats look insane. Ooh, yeah. Illusions Chaos. Ooh. Oh, that's nice, actually. Master of Misdirection is nice. That's pretty fucking nice, actually. Dude, look at the stats. You actually have a lot. You actually have a lot of condition damage with this. Ooh. Ooh. Did you have 100% Condi duration, 71% boon duration while you have regen? That is quite high tier, no? I wonder if this one is actually... I wonder if this is actually good. One of the 2 weeks founders is Brandon, my first boss at ArenaNet. He ended up the prototype project I was already hired for, which didn't go anywhere, of course. Wonderful world to go. Oh, that's very sweet. Very nice. Yeah. On Scepter 2. Wait. And yeah, Scepter 2 gives you like big clones, right? Oh, and this one. Oh, and this one. Malicious Sorcery. Oh, wait. That procs on Scepter 2. Oh, of course. Yeah, because when you dodge, this is an evade. Ooh. That is pretty big, actually. I mean, this seems like it should be good, no? Having illusions is nice because you get the cooldown reduction on all of this, so you get mega boons. What relic are you playing? Akeem. Yeah, that obviously makes sense. And do you spam CC with this? You do with the mage, right? The mage and the drum. Well, I feel like you have to still play Mayhem, right? So, oh wait, yeah, they moved all the shit around, didn't they? Here on Wiki. Some prot issues. I think with, yeah, prot is not going to be, I mean, I think chaos, doesn't chaos carry it pretty hard though? I feel like it's enough, no? Or at least a very high uptime. Yeah, like that trait's really good. Oh yeah, it's mid now. Oh yeah, you'd. This is like the prot trait, right? But yeah, I thought you do. Yeah, surely you need this. This does so much damage, and it also makes you unkillable as well. Well, actually, is it that good? I think it's pretty good. I think no. Whenever you send the flute out, you get 4 torments. Tale of the Soul Keeper. And you can just take, I think you can just take whatever you want, right? Doesn't really matter what you take. You can take anything. It's weird, do you even need, you don't even need the expertise really, do you? Go sing the domination. And you probably go stab mantra, right? At least, for open world. Yeah, this one's really cool. I like the spell actually. Oh, oh yeah, the troubadour one, yeah. Yeah, either is fine, isn't it? Although the stab mantra is so fucking OP actually, holy shit. But you could definitely use a tail. Tails are fun. I actually really like this one too. This one's really fun, I think. Maybe you want to take this one, because otherwise, isn't your swiftness actually a bit cooked? Although I guess even if you take it, it's not really that good. Yo, players with the raid. Dude, look. Taylor the August Queen, this is a good fucking skill. Maybe I'm very PvP pilled, but this just seems so strong in PvP and World vs. World. In PvE, you can kind of code around it. All tails sounds fun. Yeah, I just like that for the roleplay, to be honest. Yeah, this seems pretty good. Man, I hate Scepter so much for World vs. World, but I guess you get good cleave with you get cleave with the instruments, right? With these 3. So maybe it's fine. And crescendo. You get like big cleave with this, and you just like almost use your scepter to fuel your instruments, right? I definitely want to try Mayhem. But yeah, then your prot uptime is a bit weird, isn't it? But maybe it doesn't need to be 100% on its own. Feels bad if it's not, though. Dude, why is prot so scuffed on Chrono? It's actually scuffed. Aren't interest playing from 5 seconds each? It depends on how many clones. It's up to 20 seconds if you have triple, which you should do basically all the time. Wait, bad. Wait, give me the juice. Wait, what? %? Overshield? Wait, let me get Wowhead. Where are the changes? Where are you getting this, Mice? I don't see it on Wowhead. Oh, dude, I don't like that, Zlin. People need to fucking... People need to chill out, man. People need to chill out. It's not fresh. It's not a fresh server. Oh, no. Oh. It is hype, though, actually. I do like this. It's actually very high tier. Oh my god. They did it. Huh? Dream of Scenaria stacks up to 4. Oh my god, Bear's God comp. It's over. Bear is God comp. Bear's God comp. Mice, log in. Bear is God comp. And you get After the Wildfire for free. It is over. Bear is God comp season 1 of Midnight. What the fuck? Wait, check Dream Guide. Where is it? Wait, what am I looking for? Oh, with Dream of Scenarios? Wait. Wait, am I just dumb? Wait, what am I looking for, mice? What is this? Oh, is it? Wait, is this not updated yet? Oh, shit. Dude. Okay. Dream Guide. When you take non-periodic damage, you have a chance to gain a charge of Dream Guide. What? Huh? Wait, that is actually very good. Wait, what? I mean, is that good? I mean, it's kind of good. You just like passively passively regrowth people. When you take non-periodic damage, which will happen all the time. Yeah, Scenarius is gonna heal more, but it costs you a GCD. That's actually very interesting. Because the thing is, like when I guess it depends like how much it's gonna heal. It's not insane. I mean, in season 2 it was insane. Like the Dream of Scenarios heal procs were really fucking good. You actually healed a lot on Bear in season 2 of Dragonflight, which is when I played it last in high keys. Like Dream of Scenarios was very good. It wasn't like a lay on hands, but it healed like a lot in season 2. So I guess it depends on the tuning, obviously. Wait, dude, that natural resilience is crazy. When Frenzied Regeneration would heal you above max HP, 80% is converted into a shield. That's so fucking good, actually. Oh my god. What? Yo, dude. Guru, Bear is God comp, man. I bet Org's back as well. Dude, we're literally running back. Oh, dude, give me season 2 of Dragonflight again. Fire Magus Ignite build, Shadow Priest, Holy Paladin, Bear, Dogmentation Evoker. Mice, log in. We are so back. We're back. We are, dude, we are back. Like now. We are back yesterday, even. Dogmentation Evoker. Eruption cast by Duplicate, damage reduced by 30%. All spells nerfed by 10%. Dude, I need to do WoW patch review. We need to do WoW patch review as well. Did anything based happen? Oh shit. Like massive road changes. They're massively buffing auto attack damage across the board. You know what? I think this actually might be a little bit of okay, this is gonna actually be maybe an unpopular take, but I actually like that they're buffing auto attack damage, because what this says is that as a melee DPS, they really want you to keep uptime, right? They want you to not only care about being in contact with the boss when you have like an important ability or a CD up. They want you to care about being in contact with the boss all the time. And I actually kind of like that, to be honest. They should buff auto attack damage in Guild Wars 2. Dude, people underestimate autos in Guild Wars 2 so much. Like, auto attacking on most classes is at least 15k. A lot of classes are like 20k DPS auto attacking. Or everybody already cares about being in contact with the boss all the time. I feel like, I don't know. Well, I guess I haven't played that many. It probably depends on the class, I guess. But I'm not gonna lie, like, if you're a Frost DK, being outside of cooldowns, you might as well just fucking jerk off. Like, you obviously do care, right? But if you Frost DK, you do fucking nothing, like outside of CDs. You're literally useless. Wait, Avenging Crusader has been updated. Auto attack damage is now increased by 1000% for this duration. Was 30%. Dude, I look. This is gonna sound like I'm a classic Andy, but I love that RP because that's what Paladin was all about in Classic. It was like auto attacking with seals up. That's actually kind of based, to be honest, guys. That's actually fairly based. That's kind of weird though, actually, because that makes the ability scale very differently. It doesn't scale with your ability usage at all. That's weird. That's really weird. I guess you still get, it actually does though, because it scales your ability usage because you get more resource. But it doesn't like scale the damage of those abilities, which is kind of interesting actually. It changes how the class works quite a bit. Selly Churro doesn't work? Wait, why not? What's wrong with it? Oh, I'm not full Sally. Oh, is this not a meta map? What's going on, guys? Where do I heal without rifle? And I guess that's true. And you just have to... I mean, isn't just the mantra good enough on its own? Or the heal skill? Just enough to heal a little bit? And you have regen? Because you still give prot and stuff and loads of boons. Shatters heal. Well, I don't think you want to take inspiration, to be honest. I think you have to take dueling or illusions. Otherwise, you're just a noodle. Skedaddle, skedoodle, your DPS is now a noodle. They didn't buff the rewards of these murders. I'm gonna do like a second news update tomorrow. But to be honest, Nike, I'm I do find myself a little bit confused with this patch. Just in general, I was expecting them to actually do something this patch. Like, look at my stream title, guys. My stream title is like first patch of VOE, exclamation mark, right? I was expecting them to kind of go hard and drop some fat content, but this is not fat, right? Like, this patch is unfat. What is this? What is Paragon? Is this a forbidden build, Green, or what? What's going on? This better be good. Just LI? Oh shit, 38k. And is it the arms trait line? Because isn't arms sword autoing like absolutely fucking cracked? With like how much DPS it does? I feel like it is. Boom. But no, I agree. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I don't know. It feels weird to me. I'm not sure what happened here exactly. I was definitely expecting this patch to be very hefty, actually. Didn't really go that way. Grieving stats? Yo, nice. That's sick, actually. Grieving is hype. Tell me, is a remaster? Oh, boy. Dude, look. Fucking Zlint is in the trenches, bro. Celestial Mirage? Nah, it has to be Troubadour. Troubadour is based. But I guess Celestial Mirage is good. Yeah, I mean, you can just get carried by staff there, right, on Mirage, no? Because you actually just do like a shit ton of damage just for free with staff. Starts off Mirage's life. Well, I mean, there you go. Prime sub there from Medieval Things. Shout out Medieval Things Prime sub. Remake, remaster? I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I guess it does, but it isn't that. And they're pretty clear about it, but yeah, I guess people are getting a little bit baited. Am I being called negative? Oh boy. Dude, like, do these people just want to fucking suffer and set themselves up for expectations that aren't gonna happen? Oh boy. Well, it's their own fault. I'm just, guys, you know what I'm in shock about? I'm in shock about the fact that Bear is fucking God Comp Season 1 of Midnight. That's what's crazy, actually. That's where things get really wacky, in my opinion. Teapot Vegan rises. The entire expansion? Has Bear ever been God Comp for an entire expansion? That would be a new experience. Nerfed, and it's back to Prop Paladin. I mean, Prop Paladin is also a fun tank. It's actually a hype if it's God Comp. It's got Druid buff as well. Dude, Bear Druid of the Claw God Comp would be insane. Would you ever cat weave in a trash pack? Probably not, honestly. Maybe you would in bosses though. You can on trash? Yeah, but why would you, though? Do you have an AoE spell you can use? When I played it, you just use Rip, and that's it. Empowered Rip is better than Swipe. I mean, that is true. But are you going to be swiping much? I feel like you don't swipe that much these days. I guess you just, like sometimes you have like a really empty GCD. We did it.
Commander, the scanners are dead. Are you?
5 res, nice.
No. Then I assume that's job done. Psycho is right. I'll be damned.
You heal for 10% damage and you go back and a plus 15% HP. Ah, interesting. So it's like you would just do it almost on, you just do it rotationally then to get more damage reduction. I have to say, I know that DPS players in Midnight are despairing, but so far all the tank changes look pretty good, I'd say. Pretty sick even. Like the changes to Bear are like perfect. Like they are just exactly what needs to be done. Well, I think can't you do it with persistence? Can't you do it any time with persistence, Mice? I guess you kind of can't. Because you might have to heal. So you can't maybe not do it in a high pressure situation. Because you're not going to be able to do it properly, I guess. Yeah. What do you think of this one, by the way, Mice? This one here. Ward of the Forest. Bark skin gives you 20% max HP, but its duration is reduced by 40%. I almost want to say in Raid, that actually might be quite good, but in M+, I don't think so. Because in Raid, that cooldown is fucking insane. 40% DR, 20% max HP at the same time. Dude, look at Raze. Yeah, Raze is here now. That's pretty big, actually. Raze is super easy to get. They actually cooked. They cooked big time. Give me this. The preview for the January update will happen sometime in December. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is nuclear, dude. Like, this is why I want to go over the. I'm gonna try and go over this tomorrow, I think. I'm gonna go over this tomorrow, but one, I was kind of hoping this patch was gonna be a bit bigger, but also, dude, ArenaNet needs to do community management, man. Like, ArenaNet needs to do community management. Because let's actually, okay. Let's go over the timeline of what happened here and why this was a clusterfuck. So, a comment was made that implied there's a balance patch coming on the 18th. Quite a while ago, a couple of weeks ago. Everyone therefore expected there to be a balance patch today because of all the Imba shit, right? Nobody corrected that from ArenaNet, and nobody actually talked about it from the community management side. And now look what's happened. It went nuclear, and now Grouch, who is the head of the studio, is basically forced to come onto the Reddit to put out the fire. Like, this is in my opinion, the definition of an unforced error. And is it the biggest deal in the universe? Honestly, not really, but it is part of a pattern of ArenaNet, like, shooting themselves in the foot by not managing the community effectively. I have a lot more thoughts on this. I'm too tired to express all of them right now. But yeah, this is a clown fiesta, to be completely honest with you guys. Oh, we can use the legendary staff, right? Let's go. I'm just gonna skin it over, actually. Dude, look at that cool projectile. Nice. It has a really annoying sound effect as well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Guild Wars 2 struggles with this one. Right, also, guys, the stream is over. I'm raiding Kunaives. Frog. Fucking frogman. Literal frogman. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm drained. I'll probably try and stream before the WoW raid, cover the news and talk about community management, and then I'll stream the WoW raid if I have any, like, energy. That's the deal. Thanks for the raid once again to Lara. Exciting news about Guild Wars 1. I'll see you guys tomorrow. That's it. Boom. Enjoy.